So we are still with the public staff's case.
The public staff calls Lindsay Darden. Could
Would
please-
you
Sorry.
place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right? Do you sincerely and solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
All right, Ms. Yester.
Thank you. Please state your name, business address, and present position for the record.
Lindsay Darden, a business address is 430 North Salisbury Street in Raleigh, and my position is utilities engineer with the public staff, water, sewer, and telephone division.
On December 2nd, 2022, did you prepare and cause to be filed in this docket testimony consisting of 41 pages, including the cover sheet, Appendix A, and 13 exhibits?
Yes.
On December 5th, 2022, did you prepare and cause to be filed in this docket Public Staff Darden Exhibits 8 through 12 for WISP rate years 1 through 3?
Yes.
And on December 13th, 2022, did you prepare and cause to be filed Public Staff Corrected Darden Exhibit number 8?
Yes.
With the exception of that corrected exhibit, do you have any other corrections to your testimony or exhibit?
No.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
I move that Ms. Darden's pre-filed testimony consisting of 41 pages be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that her exhibits, including her corrected Exhibit 8, which replaces the previously filed exhibit, be identified as marked when filed.
All right, that motion is allowed, and I'll just inquire, exhibits 9, 10, 11, and 12 have no corrections, is that correct?
That's correct, and it's actually, it goes through 13.
I realize, I
Okay.
just had a notation
Sorry.
that 9, 10, 11, 12 had also been corrected, but that's not correct. Everything, the only correction is exhibit 8.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, Ms. Darden, have you prepared a summary of your testimony?
Yes.
Could you please read it?
Sure. The purpose of my testimony is to present the public staff's recommendations concerning the billing analysis, rate design, and the conservation pilot program, the proposed customer assistant program, the proposed consumption adjustment mechanism, and the proposed sewer use rule and tariff. For my billing analysis, I updated, excuse me, updated the billing determinants through August 31st, 2022. Analyzed consumption data for the 3-year period ended August 31st, 2022, and recommended changes to the Hawthorne at the Green, Beaver Farms, and Woodland Farms service area billing determinants and the removal of Northgate and Lakewood billing determinants. Do not object to the implementation of a CAM proposed by Aqua for the water rate divisions if the company's requested water and sewer investment plan is not approved. I propose rate designs with the service revenue ratio of 30/70 for the water rate divisions and a service revenue ratio of 60/40 for the sewer rate divisions. Based on my analysis, I do not agree with Aqua's proposed change to the purchase sewer pass-through rates for the purchase sewer systems where Charlotte Water is the provider of sewer service. My testimony also describes my concerns with Aqua's proposed cap and the town of Pittsburgh's purchase water rates. Based on my investigation, the public staff recommends the Aqua's conservation pilot be discontinued. Additionally, based on my analysis, the public staff does not oppose implementation of the company's proposed sewer use rule. This concludes my summary.
Ms. Darden is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Darden. I have a couple of questions for you about your recommendations with respect to the pilot program. Looking at your testimony beginning on page 32. The public staff's proposal is to discontinue the pilot program. Is that correct?
Yes.
After what period of examination do you think they have had? In terms of the number of the period of time over which they've been able to collect data?
The period of time to collect data would go through when new rates would be implemented in this rate case.
And do you know anything that you can tell us on the record about the experience that the company has had with respect to the impact on consumption for these people who've been in the pilot program?
The company stated that in the first, I'm not sure if it's the first year, if it's the first summer irrigation period, the consumption was lower than expected. And then for the second year, we haven't seen anything besides what Witness Dean testified about, or Witness Gerhart testified about earlier this week about how it was higher consumption than they expected.
And the public staff is concerned about conservation, correct?
Yes.
And I think that it's correct to say that your interest in conservation is one of the things that supports your proposed rate design.
Yes.
So I'm curious as to why you don't think it would be sensible to continue a program that has just begun and which possibly is producing some favorable results.
The public staff's issue with continuing the program is what the goals of the program are not completely clear. The program was started to support the CAM and to look into developing tiered rates for all of Aqua's customers. And if a lot has changed since that has started. Now we have the multi-year rate case, and it's the implementation issues of the pilot program that concerns the public staff. If we continue the pilot program through the next irrigation period as the company corrected their proposal, that would take us into rate year 1 where the pilot would end. So then the implementation issues come up of when the pilot is over, are you changing rate design? Are you proposing a new rate design as the goal of the pilot? How are those customers going to be noticed? Are they going to be moved into uniform? Is that going to be a shift in if the multi-year is approved? Is that a shift in between rate cases? It's the implementation issues that are causing the issues with public staff.
And so it is the public staff's proposal that the company should just simply discontinue it, send word to customers that it's no longer available to them, and that's the end of this kind of an exercise.
Yes.
Do you think there is room for a productive conversation about how to modify it to meet the other concerns you have rather than simply discontinue it?
I think there is room. There hasn't been any discussion prompted by Aqua concerning the pilot as far as changes. We haven't heard anything of that. Our proposal is just based on it not seeing where the pilot was going and how that would continue to benefit customers to continue the program.
If you can say, would the public staff be amenable to engaging in those kinds of conversations about how to modify it to meet your concerns?
I'm not sure if I can say, but
I understand.
I'm sure the public staff is always amenable working with the utilities.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
Reader, Okay,
I
hold on.
apologize. I think my colleague may have a question. Give me just a moment.
Mr. Drews.
You have recommended the Lakewood water system costs be removed from the revenue requirement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a system that's being paralleled by a municipal provider?
That's the system that's being taken over by Two Rivers Utilities.
And Two Rivers serves for Gaston County or Gastonia? It's
Subject to check.
yeah, it's not a private regulated utility, is it?
Right.
Okay. And as of today or this week of hearing, who is providing service to the customers in the Lakewood system?
My understanding that Aqua is providing service, but by the end of January, Two Rivers Utilities will be taking over that service.
You talked to Two Rivers Utilities, True, and they told you they were targeting sometime maybe in the end of January?
They made it appear that it was more definite that it would be the end of January.
Okay, you used the word targeted in your testimony. So that's just what they anticipate, but it has not occurred yet. Is that right?
To my knowledge, it has not occurred yet.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Now, redirect.
Thank you. Ms. Darden, Ms. Sanford was asking you why the public staff disagrees with the program that's intended to promote conservation. Did the public staff have concerns about the systems that were included in the pilot?
Yes, initially when the pilot was proposed, the concerns were that the system specific wouldn't be able to project an overall basis to be able to apply to all of the Aqua systems.
So am I correct that you're essentially saying that there were concerns about whether the systems chosen for the pilot were representative of Aqua's customer base as a whole?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so does the public staff then have concerns that you could not accurately extrapolate the results of the pilot to the entire customer base?
Yes.
All right, those are all my questions for Ms. Darden.
All right. Starting, we have a few. So in your direct testimony, you recommend that Aqua provide a specific limit of chromiums, for chromium-6 regarding sewer use rule. The corrected sewer use rule provided in the rebuttal testimony of the company removed the chromium from the affluent limit list, but it does include an affluent limit for total chromium. Is the public staff good with Aqua's corrected sewer use rule with the total chromium limit?
Yes, we are.
All right, thank you. And then also in your direct, you recommend that a separate docket be open to further investigate the customer assistance program. And could you explain what further investigation the public staff would like to pursue with regard to the CAP and how this information might be beneficial to assist the commission in a decision regarding approval of the program?
Yes, what Aqua has presented so far for the CAP, we didn't think was enough basis to go ahead and start a 100% customer-funded assistant program without the data of expectations of what their forecast of how it would be used, how many customers it would help, how there was no data of the arrearages or just more concept of how many customers this would help and how the impact it would have. So in my testimony mentioning the docket, it was just there's more. Before we started 100% customer-based program, funded program, we just wanted more details of what that would look like. We had concerns with the high administration cost associated with the program, and we're just very conscious of what the impact would actually be. And when we asked Aqua for more details and data request, we did not get what we were expecting to get. So the proposal to look more into it, not that we oppose the program, but that it just needs more details to have our support.
And sitting here today, can you give us more about what you really want to see, what you'd really ask, what's missing, what the commission needs to be looking more closely at? Just put more specifics if you can around what you'd like to get out of the investigation.
How many customers they're expected for it to help, the amount of need that is actually out for their systems, with how many customers have arrearages, not just the poverty level of the county of the PEP customers. If there's been any other programs in their parent company that they can have as an example, how it would work in association with the available programs, for example, the LIWAP program.
Okay. And a moment ago, you were speaking about the conservation pilot, and remind me, but I think through the questioning from your counsel that the public staff was opposed to that pilot program being implemented to begin with, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the commission made a decision that it was going to implement it over the public staff's objection.
Yes.
So in between time and having seen the program in effect, did the public staff see all of its concerns come to fruition? Or did you see some positivity?
Well, the public staff hasn't seen any of the data that was from this past irrigation season where the pilot should be the most impactful. So we can't speak to that. And again, we're not sure what purpose that the conclusion of the pilot would serve, if Aqua's goal is to move to the tiered rates that it was initially proposed. And if even from the data that's available, even if we have additional data, if that would be able to be achieved and derived from continuing the pilot. We still have the same concerns that we had in, I think it was 497 when this was originally proposed.
So is the public staff's position still at the same place it was in 497?
Yes.
And so you have not moved on from that place of objection? Is that the
No.
gist?
Right, correct.
And then with regard to rate design, Aqua states that the public staff's rate calculations for the uniform sewer rate division are actually based on a 30-70 fixed to variable ratio, as opposed to a 60-40 ratio that the public staff recommends. Does the public staff, scratch that, will the public staff provide an updated billing analysis for the uniform sewer rate division?
I'm not sure. I think that was in Franceschi's testimony, and I think that might have been what was scratched as a correction, that part. But I can elaborate on that. The public staff's rate design for ANC sewer is, we're looking at the total service revenue variable, or the fixed versus variable of the entire rate division. So it is based on the 60-40 if you look at the total fixed revenue versus the total variable revenue. Aqua's proposal was based on the 80-20 of just looking at the average bill for the metered residential sewer customer.
Okay. And just to be clear, because a minute ago, I think you nodded, and I want to be sure I had the answer on there. So you do agree that with my earlier statement about the 30-70, the 60-40, that the public ratio that the public staff recommends, correct? You agree with that statement? Or do you want me to read it
I think,
again?
yeah.
Okay, I was saying that Aqua has stated that the public staff's rate calculations for the uniform sewer rate division are actually based on 30-70 fixed to variable ratio as opposed to the 60-40 ratio that the public staff recommends. That's
No,
correct?
okay. No, I don't agree with that
Okay,
statement.
I thought I had gotten a positive nod, but
Sorry.
I'm glad I came back. Go ahead.
Don't agree with that statement because it is based on the 60-40 when you're looking at the service revenue ratio. The 30-70 is coming from if you're just looking at the average bill for the residential metered customer, but that's not how we apply the rate design to all the different rate entities. We're looking at the service revenue ratio of the 60-40 and the 30-70 for the water divisions.
All right, thank you. Questions? Chair Mitchell.
Good morning, Ms. Darden. Couple questions for you. First, just to make sure we're all on the same page. When you say service revenues, what do you mean?
I mean, the total service revenue for the rate division, you can split those in between the fixed cost and the variable cost. So I'm looking at for the fixed percentage of the cost versus the variable percentage of the cost for the service revenues of the rate division.
So that explains your rate design, but what are service revenues? What does service revenue?
It's the amount of money that the company collects from the customer for the customer bills.
Okay. All right. Questions for you about the public staff's concern. I'm looking at, just for your own reference, 24 and 25 of your testimony. Talk about the Huntley Glen Park South and Parkway Crossing. You don't agree with Aqua's proposal to include those in the uniform division. Can you help me understand sort of generally what would happen if we were to start including all of these I'll use the term outlier. I don't mean that in like a statistically significant way or anything. I'm just using it. If we started including outlier systems in the uniform rates, I mean, what could happen to those uniform rates?
It depends on what the current rates are for each of these. And you say outliers, I assume you mean like purchase systems that have
Yes.
separate rates.
Yes.
It depends what their rates are. If their rates are much higher, moving to uniform would lower their rates. If their rates are lower than uniform, then they would get the rate shock, which is essentially what happened here. But it's also depends on the rate design. So Aqua's proposal of saying that the uniform rate and the Park South rates are very similar, so you can just merge. That depends on the rate design. For the public staff's proposed rate design, the Park South rates would be lower than the uniform rates, so they wouldn't want to be merged in. So it's tricky with these purchase systems because since they're being charged from a third-party provider, their cost of service is pretty direct and pretty concrete. So if you start merging and pick and choosing which ones are going to go into uniform, you're kind of pick and choosing which ones are going to benefit, which ones are not. So I think it's kind of an overall goal. Do you want all the purchase systems to be moved in? Or are you pick and choosing which ones because it makes sense at that point with that rate design? So I think the other issue with moving purchase systems into uniforms rates is we have the pass-through mechanism now that if a third-party provider increases their rates or even in some cases decreases their rates, you can adjust outside of a rate case those rates to those customers pretty simply with the pass-through mechanism. And so if you move those into uniform rates, you don't have that ability to change those rates, and especially for a multi-year rate case. I mean, the rates might change several times over the years before the company would come back in.
Okay. Okay. Let's switch to the town of Pittsburgh. Kind of got the same situation there. And one of Aqua's proposals, I think I recall that it was one of Aqua's proposals is potentially including that group of customers in uniform rates as a solution to the problem that exists for those customers.
Right.
I mean, what's your reaction? What's your reaction there to the extent there's anything different to say other than what you just said?
For Pittsburgh, it doesn't totally solve the problem moving them into uniform rates because you would still be, that high cost of water would still be incorporated in the service revenues. So you would just be spreading that high cost of water over all of the uniform customers instead of just the Pittsburgh customers. And I don't think it solves the mismatch of how many Aqua customers there are for the town of Pittsburgh versus how much revenue that's providing the town of Pittsburgh. It's mixing it in isn't really fixing that issue.
Okay, understood. Staying with Pittsburgh, the public staff recommends that the commission take some action with respect to Pittsburgh, direct Aqua to do certain things. I'm paraphrasing your testimony. I'm trying to find it right now, starting on page 35 of your testimony. Yeah, and page 38, is where the public staff lays out its recommendations. What specifically do you or does the public staff think the commission should direct Aqua to do here?
I think trying to work with the town to renegotiate their contract, because that's what keeps coming back up is in their contract, they're slotted to pay a certain amount. I think looking at that, renegotiating that would be a way to try to solve this problem.
Do you know whether the public staff has had an opportunity to review what's been provided by Aqua as the quote-unquote contract, as well as the joint operating agreement that contract references. Have you all reviewed those?
Are you referencing the one that was, I think it was filed on last Friday?
Yes, it was filed, and I think it appeared as part of the application to begin with, but it was then filed
Mhm.
like last week.
We have looked it over, but haven't done a deep review on it, no.
Okay. Has the public staff talked to anyone at the town of Pittsboro about the situation?
No, not recently.
Okay, but what about in the past, do you know?
I can't say if it's happened in previous rate cases since this has been going on before.
Okay, but not in the context of this rate case.
No.
Okay. Okay. All right, the, one question for you about the sewer use rule. Are you aware, has the company, or are you aware of whether the company has experienced any upsets as a result of discharges from non-domestic wastewater discharges from customers?
We're only aware of the ones that were described in the initial testimony.
Okay, okay, so does the public staff see that situation upsets as a result of discharges from non-residential customers or customers who are discharging non-domestic wastewater? Is that a pervasive problem for the company? I'm looking for a magnitude. How big of a problem is this?
I'm not aware how big of a problem it is for the company.
Okay, okay, I'll ask the company the same thing. I didn't know if that was something you all had, the public staff had investigated and had on the radar screen. Okay, all right, thank you, Ms. Darden.
Commissioner Duffy?
Good morning.
Morning.
So I have a couple of questions about the public staff's concern about the customer assistance program. And in public staff's cross-examination of witness Becker, they introduced two cross exhibits, cross exhibit 1 and 2. Do you have those in front of you? You probably don't need them. The first
They're probably somewhere up here.
the first cross-examination exhibit discusses Aqua Pennsylvania's Helping Hand program.
Mhm.
Do you know how that program is funded?
I don't know in detail how it's funded. I think the point that was made before was that there was shareholder contribution to that program.
Okay, and if you can turn to the other page, it looks like if you don't need assistance of Helping Hand but want to help others who do, please print and complete this form. So it looks like it may be voluntary customer contributions as well.
Yes.
And do you know if employees make voluntary contributions to the Helping Hand? Aqua Pennsylvania employees?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And then with cross-examination exhibit 2, the public staff brought out that there was a settlement with Aqua America shareholders contributing an additional $50,000 to the Helping Hand program. Has the public staff discussed with the company any type of shareholder contribution? It seems like you had concerns with it being customer-only contributions, and just wondered if you had any discussions with the company.
We haven't had any informal discussions besides questions that have been sent in data requests, more details about the funding. We were not aware of this program before the application for the rate case. So it hasn't been an ongoing discussion between the public staff and the company. It's a
Okay,
due proposal.
thank you, Ms. Darden.
Mr. Hughes?
Thank you. The first question, I think it came up yesterday, is the concept of elasticity. And I was just curious, with some of the very large rate hikes that are being proposed. There is some evidence that when it gets that high, it will have an impact on customer use. And I just wonder what the public staff's view are, and maybe it's embedded and I missed it, looking at the idea that if rates are going to go up, then future consumption is going to go down in some sort of almost predictable way. So for your forward projections, do you roll in any kind of consideration for, particularly if they get like the 15 or 20% rate increases that are being talked about, embedded in your calculations, is there an assumption that it's not very elastic, but it is elastic, that some of the consumption will go down?
Or as far as in the billing analysis and in the calculations there, we look at the average consumption historically, and we adjust the test year consumption with the 3-year past consumptions. And with Aqua, the consumption hasn't changed very much in the past 3 years, and just what we've seen from other rate cases, other companies, there hasn't been any evidence brought to us that as the rate design has shifted or as the price increases, that it's having that great of an impact on consumption. From what we've seen is that consumption has kind of plateaued and has been around the same for the past few years, past few rate cases.
Okay, so just past evidence has shown, I mean, I know we went through those years of pretty rapid declines, and then the other question about the rate structure, there's a couple that I just want clarification for. We talked a little bit yesterday about the number of Aqua customers that are on the flat sewer. And I think that's going to be a late file exhibit presented to us. But offhand, you looked at a lot of these numbers. Do you have a gut feeling about what number of customers left in the entire Aqua family are getting flat sewer bills?
Yes, well, I had the advantage of sitting here and hearing all the questions and being able to look up all the numbers. So
And I don't mean to put Aqua on the spot, but
I wasn't put on the
I was really
spot.
curious about
Chesky
that
was
number,
put
and
on
I
the
wasn't
spot.
quite satisfied. So
Yes, currently there are about 7,800 flat residential customers for the A and C sewer. That's about 41% of their total customers and REUs. As far as there was a few questions about when they were shift from metered to, or from flat to metered, in the last rate case, it's about a little less than 9,000 customers were shifted from the flat rate to the volumetric rate.
okay, so that was more in line with, I think, and what staff has come up with the total. So there's still a big number that are getting the flat. So that does influence when you're talking about your calculations about, I think that was part of the confusion, when all these people are getting 100% of fixed charge. If you're getting a flat fee, it's 100% fixed and 0% variable. You put all of that into your calculations, and that was the difference, I think, of the.
Yeah.
I guess I know it's more for Aqua side, but we still are hearing from those 7,000. I mean, they're not, they're showing up and saying that they still are concerned about that. So again, it's more for Aqua, but we're just trying to figure out what we can do about those, because as this rate goes up higher and higher, somebody paying $100 for a sewer bill or $90 for a sewer bill that is living in a single family house, flushing their toilet once a day. It's just a hard thing, I think, for them to stomach. So I think we do need to, I'd ask the public staff to think about that in future cases too. But the pilot project, I hear a lot with public staff being concerned about the variable, the fixed versus variable ratio. Have you looked to seeing what the pilot project has done for those customers to that ratio? Has that kind of moved people more into line with what you would like? Or do you know if it's had an impact so that for the pilot, does that make sense what I'm saying? For the pilot, are they, people participating in the pilot, are they falling into this some sort of different ratio where maybe they are covering more of their costs with variable? Have you done any analysis like that?
We haven't looked at that. And again, we don't have the most recent pilot data from the past, for the past year. So as far as the impact for the first year, it didn't go as the company expected it to. So we haven't seen this data where it kind of more matched what the company expected.
Okay, well, I'm following up to Chair Mitchell's question. So the specific request for the pilot would be stop it, convert them to the same rates as everyone else. And if it's a 3-year WISP, then we'll deal with it later. I understand the implementation issues, midway through. What's the downside to just extending the pilot for the period of the WISP? I mean, what has been, because I understand the objectives were concerned, but is it better to have some of their customers going through this different rate structure for the next 3 years, or is it better to have no one going through this kind of experiment? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think that it kind of goes back to the initial public staff concerns of we're not sure that even if it goes on for more years, based on the systems that were chosen to not being representative of the whole group, of if anything would even come out of the pilot, even if we had more data.
So you're back to sort of like a pure research. What can we learn from it as opposed, because it's a pretty large pilot. There's a lot of customers that are being impacted, relatively large. So I guess I'd be concerned about not necessarily even the research side of it, just switching those when we have an opportunity to send more of a pricing signal to them for the next 3 years, just switching them back. So just.
And that would change too. I believe the order said that the pilot would continue for at least 2 irrigation periods or until the next rate case or the next 3 years, whichever was sooner. So I think that would, if it was, so I guess going through the WISP would put it, if it went through all 3 years, would put it past that break off time. So I think too, that would be changing with the end, that would just be moving the end goal of what was originally ordered for the pilot.
Okay, well, we can, if depending on where things go, I think we'll have to address things no matter what. With that. I'm always reluctant to know whether I should bring this up, but since again Chair Mitchell opened the door, I'm gonna walk through it. You mentioned about this idea of purchased system customers, whether they should be in a uniform or not. And I know we're dealing with a few specific systems now, but I'll have to say I've been constantly kind of questioning about this tension between allowing Aqua to have these uniform rates, but then treating these purchase system pockets separately. It just seems to be sending two messages. I mean, to me, sending 2 messages. One is you're all the same, but you're not if you're served by a purchase system. I understood the kind of practical situation about the pass-through. So that was a sort of, unusual factor. From what I understand, and maybe again, this is a question for Aqua, they're essentially foregoing the ability to update their rates in these purchase systems by saying what they want to do? Or are they saying that they want to somehow be able to still pass through the changes, just not pass it through individual customers? Does that make sense?
My interpretation was that if they were moved to uniform customers, there wouldn't be a pass-through mechanism.
So I know that that's essentially Aqua. We're not, would you agree with me? We're probably not going to see the rates go down. I mean, has there been an example where purchase rates have gone down? No.
There was one example of City of Fayetteville, but again, that's one example in the years. So
Wouldn't
I had to
bet,
just throw it out
probably
there.
wouldn't bet on it. So they're actually saying for the next 3 years, we're going to forego that. In fact, I think in their entire WISIP, they're saying that they're not going to have any change in their purchase revenue requirements need, if I understood that.
Well, the systems that are that stay purchased would still be able to come in for a pass-through, I think, during, even if the WISP is approved.
Okay, that wasn't clear to me. Okay,
That was
okay.
my understanding.
Okay, okay, with some things to clarify for there. But back to the uniform versus kind of each purchase system being trailed. What's the difference between a system that has a secondary water investment that's very high, and they're getting the benefit of still not having to cover that cost all on their own, versus these purchase systems like Pittsburgh, where they're, have the, misfortune to be in an area that has being served by a utility that has very high rates. Just walk me through how should I be looking at those two situations differently?
I think the purchase systems, since typically the O&M is usually less, there's not direct treatment that's on Aquas, there's not an operator that would need to go out to the well house. It's always been viewed as separate because their cost of service is more direct in line with coming from what the third-party provider is charging through their usage. So it's been kind of set up like this for years before my time, but I think purchase has always been viewed a little bit different because how the service is acquired and given is different than the majority of the groundwater systems.
It makes sense. I understand that, but maybe that was before there are these, again, secondary water quality investments, or it seems like in the uniform customer class, you'd be hard pressed to walk into each individual system and say what they're paying is really linked to their own individual system costs. I mean, it seems like we've made the decision to treat Aqua like, a large aggregated, consolidated system, which I think has provided some benefits. But so it's just I've struggled with that, and it's come up here as as an opportunity to kind of move some more customers into that uniform family. And I was just curious, looking at that from from if that had any benefits to the public staff. But you've answered that that question. I think that's all for now. Thanks for humoring me on some of these rate structure questions.
Just one quick follow-up from Ms. Darden.
All right, Chair Mitchell.
This is a factual question to the extent that you know. If you don't, then I'm hoping my question will have the company ready to answer it. Are the Pittsburgh systems, and they're identified as Chapel Ridge, Laurel Ridge, and Parks of Meadowview, are those located in Chatham County? Do you know?
I think so, but I'm not sure.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Commissioner Cameron.
Good morning, Ms. Darden. I have just a couple of questions about the conservation pilot program. And the first is to follow up, just to get a little bit of a bigger picture of discussions with the company related to a question that Ms. Sanford asked you. And she had asked about whether the public staff would be receptive to a modification of the pilot program to address the public staff's concerns about implementation of the program. And one of the questions that she asked was whether the public staff had reached out to the company to try to work out this issue. And I think you said the answer was no. So the converse is to understand kind of the big picture of these discussions. Did Aqua reach out to the public staff to try to work out this issue as well? Has there been any discussion or effort by Aqua?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And then one of the issues is about being able to have the data for the irrigation systems. And we've heard that the data for the 2022 irrigation system has not been made available, or is not available yet. I was looking at Aqua's rebuttal testimony, and There's information in rebuttal testimony that for the proposed 2023 irrigation system, that the data would be available in fourth quarter of 2023. So my question is for the 2022 irrigation system, when was that data supposed to be available? Was it supposed to be available in fourth quarter of 2022, or is there any time expectation of when it would be available?
I'm not sure that there was a definite deadline associated with it. It was just Aqua stated that the irrigation goes through September. So I would assume it would be sometime in the fourth quarter, but I don't think there was a commission deadline of when that needed to be done.
And did the public staff make any effort to request that data from the company?
We requested questions and data requests concerning the 2022 irrigation. And again, the company was saying that it wasn't the full season since they were updating to August 31st and it's going through September.
And you have not received that data yet?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Darden, I had a couple more questions that came to mind anyway. So just refresh my recollection if I missed it, if it happened to be stated earlier, forgive me, but did the public staff ever propose a set of systems that they thought would be more representative in regards to planning the conservation pilot?
I don't believe so.
All right, even informally, were there ever any discussions that there might be some systems that were better than others, or that addressed your concerns that these elected systems were not represented?
If it could have been done informally in the last rate case, but I wasn't a part of that if it was.
All right. Do you know who was? Are they coming up on another panel?
Charles Junis testified about it in the last rate case.
That's right. Thank you. And then this is a question more about your opinion. From rate case to rate case, and you can describe it as to the public staff or your own relationship with regard to the issues that you've worked on with this company, Aqua. How would you describe the working relationship with the company, between the company and public staff, or just between you and the public staff with regard to your issues?
With regard to my issue, I feel like a lot of the questions has been asking if there was or if there had been like informal back and forth discussions with the company. And that's something that there hasn't really been much of, but I also think that's a product of when these rate cases come in, especially if they're two at a time, everybody is slammed, and there was less talk about, well, now I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. There was less, stop me if I'm not.
Take your time.
Less stipulation discussions, and I think that kind of sets it up to be more, we need to figure out what we think, we need to figure out what they think, and less of the informal going back and forth during the rate case, because there's simply just not enough time when you have to prepare and work through every single topic.
Okay. And I ask because without hearing it from you or the parties broadly, we either sit here and but we recognize the workload, and we wonder whether to attribute some of that when we hear there hasn't been discussions about this, that, or the other thing, whether we attribute it to that busyness, and that would be easy to do. Or I'm just trying to figure out if there's something else going on that the commission could help with or needs to help with.
No, I think with more time available and less pressure of the deadlines, I think I know the public staff in the company has worked through these things in the past. It's just, especially in this particular case, there was just not a lot of not a lot of time to develop these ideas, and the ideas weren't presented before the rate case, so there's no time to kind of brainstorm before it's all presented and the clock starts ticking and then everything's being figured out.
I very much appreciate your candidness, and that's helpful to me and I think to the commission as well. Any other questions from the commission? All right, questions on the commission's questions.
Wait, can I ask one?
Oh,
May,
She's sneaking
I
one
know.
in. Chair Mitchell.
It's
Chair Mitchell.
one and it'll be quick. All right, Ms. Darden. Since you just talked about the time pressures associated with this case, with most cases that we deal with around here. There's been testimony provided in this case about the 270-day period. And Aqua says 270 days is consistent or common in other jurisdictions, and that, other jurisdictions deal with the same time frame. What was your reaction to that testimony?
I understand where the company's coming from wanting 270 days, because then they'll get their rates implemented quicker. I'm not familiar with the other limits are in other states, other jurisdictions. I know for us, even if it's not two cases on top of each other, it's always a time crunch. And then especially this was especially hard with Carolina Water being in. So I think obviously the public staff would want more time, but I don't know the logistics behind the jurisdiction rules and all of that. I don't know that. I'm not familiar with the implementations of why it's 270.
Okay, and just as a one follow-up, did this case take you all, the public staff, longer to do your investigation because it was a first time?
Yeah, there's just more because the multi-year is new. That's obviously going to take more time than a traditional case that you've seen before. So yes, that definitely added to the workload.
All right, questions on commission's questions from the.
1 second. Thank you. Couple of questions. First of all, I'll ask Ms. Darden if she would accept, subject to check, that the systems that Chair Mitchell asked about are all in Chatham County.
Yes.
Thank you. And I'll address these comments to the, this next item, to the commission. The 2022 data with respect to the pilot program is now available. If it is useful to have that as a late filed exhibit, then the company can provide that. And with that, I have no more questions.
All right, the indication from up here is that would be useful, so we would like to request that as a late filed exhibit, the 2022 data on the pilot program.
Okay, certainly.
Questions on commission's questions?
Yes, thank you. All right, I'm going to start from the end and then jump around a little bit. So Chair Mitchell had some questions at the very end about the timeline for the rate case, and you had indicated that you understood the company's interest in having a shorter timeline. Can the company put rates in under bond?
Yes.
And didn't the company say in their application that they plan to do so?
Yes, I believe so.
And they did not end up doing that, is that?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And Chair Mitchell asked you, did the case take longer because this was our first WISP case? Do you recall that?
Yes.
In addition to it being the first case, there are multiple years that we have to analyze and project rates for. Is that correct?
Yes.
So would you say that even the next time we do this, it's still going to take longer than a traditional rate case?
Yes.
All right. I would like to move back to the issue of the customer assistance program. And I believe you were asked some questions about what additional pieces of information you would like to see regarding the cap in order to be comfortable with it. And I believe you were referred to Mr. Becker's, the cross exhibit number 1 that the public staff introduced. That is the Helping Hand website printout. Does that website printout have some specific items of information that make customers eligible for the Helping Hand program?
Yes,
And are those examples of the type of information the public staff thinks need to be presented before ratepayer money should be used for this program?
yes, that's correct.
And Commissioner Duffley had some questions for you about Mr. Becker's second cross exhibit. That was an excerpt from the joint petition for approval of non-unanimous complete settlement amongst most parties in Pennsylvania. And paragraph 109 of that document, the first sentence indicates Aqua America's shareholders will contribute an additional $50,000 to the hardship grant component being developed for the Helping Hand program. Is that correct?
Yes,
So do you read that to mean that there is already some amount of money being contributed by shareholders?
yes, that's my understanding.
Let's move on to the questions you received regarding the pilot program. So does the public staff object to the idea of a pilot program completely? Or is it more a matter of how it was implemented?
The implementation was the main focus.
So were the pilot customers higher than average users, or lower users as compared to Aqua's customer base in general?
They were the higher than average users.
All right, and am I correct that in year 1 of the pilot, customers actually used more water? There was higher consumption?
Yes,
And is that something the public staff speculated might happen because of socioeconomic factors that were unique to that pilot group?
yes.
Just making sure I cover everything. All right. You were also asked some questions about the possibility of moving some of these customers who are on pass-through systems to uniform rates. Do you agree that moving all customers into uniform rates would eliminate the pass-throughs?
Yes, if all purchase systems were moved into uniform rates.
Okay. And do you think it would be appropriate to notice customers if that type of change were to be made?
Yes,
And did the company propose a consistent and comprehensive shift to uniform rates, or more of an incremental shift in this?
I would say incremental. They only proposed it for two purchase systems or providers, 2 different providers of purchase.
Right. believe those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right, then we will entertain your motion.
Would move that Ms. Darden's exhibits 1 through 7 and 9 through 13 and corrected Darden exhibit 8 be entered into evidence.
Without objection, that motion is allowed and the exhibits are received into evidence.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Darden, thank you. You may be excused.
The public staff would call Bob Hinton.
No stranger to the commission. Would you put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right? Do you sincerely and solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do. Could you please state your name and your position with the public staff?
My name is John Robert Hinton. I'm the Director of the Economic Research Division for the Public Staff.
Did you cause to be filed on December 2nd, 2022, your direct testimony consisting of 42 pages with also Appendix A and B attached and exhibits 1 through 7?
Yes, I did.
Now, it's my understanding you have one correction to your direct testimony. Could you please state what that is?
Yes. On page 19, line 3 of my testimony, I have a date that's incorrect. The date reads July 1st, 2022, and it should read September 4th, 2018.
Now, with that one correction, do you have any other corrections to your direct testimony?
No.
Madam Chair, I would ask that his direct testimony be copied into the record as if given orally and that his exhibits be identified.
That motion will be allowed without objection, and the exhibits will be identified as they were when pre-filed. And I would just ask, and I apologize for this, if you would just repeat the correction. We missed that. Some of us did.
On page 19, line 3,
9-3.
yeah. The date July 1, 2022 should have read September 4th, 2018.
Thank you.
Did you prepare a summary?
Yes,
Would you please read that summary?
certainly. The purpose of my testimony in this proceeding is to present to the commission my findings as to the reasonable cost of capital to be used as a basis for adjusting Aqua's rates. I support the company's proposed capital structure consisting of 50% common equity and 50% long-term debt. In analyzing the investor required return requirement for common equity, I employed the discounted cash flow method on a group of comparable water utilities. Secondly, I employed the risk premium method that quantifies the historical relationship of Public Utility Commission's allowed returns on equity for water companies and Moody's A-rated public utility bond yields to establish a current cost rate of equity. My recommended cost rate for long-term debt is 3.97%. My recommended cost rate for common equity is 9.5%, assuming the use of a traditional historic rate making. If the commission rejects the WSIP and approves the proposed consumption adjustment mechanism, my recommended ROE is 9.4%. If the commission approves the use of a WSIP, my recommended ROE is 9.3%. This concludes my summary.
One very quick question. It's your understanding that the company agrees with your recommended capital structure of 50-50. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they agree with your 3.97 embedded cost of long-term debt.
Yes.
That's all I have. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Is that you, Mr. Drews?
That is me, and
All right.
Mr. Hinton, I'm going to ask you the easy questions and let the commission ask you the hard ones, if that's okay. First off, the flotation cost. I want to ask your opinion as a finance expert. Is that a cost of capital?
It's a cost. It's an expense to issue common equity. The question becomes, is it a cost of debt for rate recovery? Getting our cost of equity for rate recovery, and that's the heart of your question. As Mr. DeSantis alluded to yesterday, for debt is relatively easy because we have a defined term life. For equity, there's no defined term life. So for debt, when you go through the lawyer expense of issuing common debt, you have an issuance expense that you amortize over the life of the debt. For equity, there's no such thing. The question becomes, is there for rate making a cost of equity as in a cost rate of equity, or is it a cost rate or expense? The position that I have is one that's based on the Supreme Court order of 1990 that you participated in and argued before the Supreme Court, if I recall. And in that decision, there was a footnote that's been brought out of the record in cross-examination yesterday that said this could be handled through an expense adjustment because it is a cost to issue equity. They have to hire lawyers, they have to hire underwriters, they have to go out there and have people sell the issues of common equity to the marketplace. That's an expense. It's a legitimate, identifiable expense. The essence of rate making is the recovery of legitimate cost. So to answer your question, no, I believe it is an expense. It's associated with the cost of equity, but I don't believe it's a cost rate of equity. The mechanisms that DeSantis and numerous other company witnesses have used over many years have been to assume it's a cost of common equity. And they do that through the DCF model, which they adjust the price of equity with. I asked the commission, if you want to do some research, look at E22 sub 333, 1993 case with Dominion, North Carolina Power at that time. That was the first case following the Supreme Court order. I testified in that case. I came up with an expense adjustment that as opposed to an adjustment to the cost rate of the common equity that you were asking me about. I proposed, and it was approved by this commission, to use an expense adjustment because, again, going back to the differentiation between expense versus a cost rate of common equity, is that when it's argued as a cost rate of common equity, which is the company's boilerplate positions, that the recovery can be much larger than the actual due expense, even with any kind of adjustment for flotation costs or time use of capital. That's what the Supreme Court order determined in that case. There was not substantial evidence to warrant a 0.1% increment. In fact, the public staff recommended in that case.
I did want to ask you about something you said on that case, and I don't have this in front of me, so I'm going on my memory, but that footnote. My recollection is the court was saying that they were not deciding at this time whether it could be viewed as an expense or a capital cost, as opposed to saying it was an expense. Is that your recollection too?
That is correct. It was
Okay.
an interesting question is how the phrase was done. It's been used in other PUCs as an expense adjustment, but this item's been argued before, and I can say ad nauseum before commissions around the country.
So this is maybe an accounting issue, a question, but are flotation costs recorded on companies' books as an expense item or as a capital cost?
According to Mr. DeSantis, it was recorded as a capital account item.
And that's pretty universal, isn't it?
I can't attest to that.
You don't know.
That's the council.
Okay. So your thought that it's an expense is not consistent with how the accountants have been recording it, right?
My thoughts of expense are how rate recovery should be done because the essence of what we do here for the commission and their decisions are based on recovery of costs. This, after all, is a cost plus business, but the costs have to be prudent and reasonable. And so the essence before the commission is to determine what's a reasonable and prudent cost and what the return and recovery should amount to.
Sure, there is a real cost for floating a new issuance of equity, isn't there?
Yes, just like with debt. The one
Okay.
thing I really learned when we did securitization of debt issues is just all the nuances involved in actually issuing debt. The same thing would apply to equity.
So given that it's a real cost to the company of doing business, where in the public staff's proposal is the company able to recover that particular cost?
In my testimony, I said that the amount of this cost was not enough, did not warrant creating an expense account and going through the amortization of. As you recall, there's a nuanced difference between what I asked the company, and I got a response of $221,000 was actually issuance expense occurred during the test year. But if you look at the census's exhibit, he's got a data point that says like a 2021 issuance expense of several $1 million. What that is was a forward sale of common equity. The forward sale was announced on August 8th, 2020, outside of the test year. They made a forward sale for the next 12 months. The forward sale was consummated. I believe all sales were done in August 21. But the expense incurred by the company to conduct that forward sale, I can only accept was incurred during the 2020 year, which would make common sense because that's when they had to arrange for the forward sale with RBC underwriter, RBC banks. That is an important difference. And I think that explains why the company responded to my data request with a response that said 221,000. And I mean, I have to accept when the company says that test year issuance expenses for only 221,000, I accept that. And then I do my research and I see that to me explained maybe the disconnect between Mr. DeSantis and myself. It's because the actual sale was a forward sale that Essential Utilities did on behalf of its company, on behalf of the merger with Peoples, on behalf of all the capital requirements.
So where flotation costs are not recovered as an amortization or a depreciation or an expense in rates, then the cumulative issuance cost over time, not just one particular date or test year, the company has a perpetual opportunity cost on that money that they put into the issuance, don't they?
I can't accept that. That's precisely the argument that Mr. DeSantis put forth yesterday, precisely the same argument that Mr. Bill Avera with Dominion put forth back in the E22 case back in 1993. You know, it's an expense. The company incurs expenses all the time doing this business. And does it recover the expense that will occur next week or next year? It has the opportunity to earn a return based on its rates to cover its expenses. But does it actually recover that particular expense? Accountants would be best to answer that question, not myself.
Okay, thank you. And you and I are excited about this. I don't know if anyone else in the room is, so I'm going to move on to another question. When you make a recommendation in testimony as to the appropriate return on equity to be authorized for utility, you are basing that on what you estimate to be the investor required return for a company of commensurate risk. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the investor required return recommendation you made in the last case for Aqua was 9.0%?
I believe that's correct. Yeah, 9.1 and 9.4. Was it 9.1? But I'll accept that subject check.
Subject to check. Yeah, I think you had some potential adjustments, like with the CAM that would have taken it down to 8.9, but without the mechanisms, you were at a 9.0 rate of return on equity in the last Aqua case, right?
I accept that.
Okay.
You reminded me of the correct numbers I had, yes.
Yes. And your recommendation in this case is for rate of return on equity?
Under the traditional case, it'd be 9.5. And as I said, 9.4 with the CAM and then 9.3 if the WSIP is
Okay.
approved.
So with a traditional case, you're saying the investor required return has increased by 50 basis points. since Aqua's last rate case. Is that right?
Correct.
Under your analysis?
Under my analysis, correct.
Okay. And in the last Aqua rate case, the commission authorized 9.4 rate of return on equity, did it not?
Yes, yes, I believe that was the final stipulation of agreement.
Yes. And so if you add the investor required increase in return of 50 basis points since then to what the commission authorized, that takes us to 9.9% in this case?
Are you asking me if you add 50 basis points to my recommendation and 9.5 plus 50 is?
I'm asking you if you add 50 basis points to what the commission authorized last time. If you add 50 basis points to 9.4, don't you get to 9.9?
Your math is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
I have just one question, I hope. You're talking about flotation costs. On page 41 of your direct testimony on line 9,
Yes.
you describe the amount of flotation costs of that 221,000 that you calculated would be allocated to Aqua, North Carolina?
Yes, it's $6,200. And what that represents is my allocation process. I looked at the common equity balance of Aqua, North Carolina compared it to the common equity balance of Central Utilities. And that was how I felt was an appropriate way to allocate it down to North Carolina operations. Mr. DeSantis, I would not accept it.
Now, what do you say about the cost not being at the level to warrant creation of an operating expense and amortization?
That's the $6,200. Yes, correct.
But is that what you're saying in lines 8 through 11 of your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Hinton, I know we have at least a few. Same questions basically that I asked to Mr. DeSantis yesterday. Are you aware of any other state other than Minnesota that uses the flotation cost adjustment in the ROE calculation?
No, in fact, I was really truthfully unaware Minnesota agreed with it. I always thought if any state would be Illinois, or Montana, Michigan, excuse me. But yeah, I know it's rarely if ever done. It's not, he said 90-10 or whatever. I would say there's, a smaller number, smaller ratio of states that actually adopt a flotation cost adjustment mechanism that he advocates. Again, if you go back in the 90s, we researched this issue numerous times before various commissions, and it was not adopted universally by any stretch.
All right. And are you able to know, or to your knowledge, whether the funds that were raised in the public offerings that Mr. DeSantis testified about were actually used for Aqua, North Carolina?
That can't be answered in reality because all the dollars are green, to be honest with you. It would have to, it would, I mean, conceivably it could because all the dollars are green. There's a displacement, I guess, that it happens within the Treasury departments. But no, that can't be ascertained with any precision.
Do you have a different answer with regard to the question about the significance of the amount of Aqua's book equity being in the form of retained earnings rather than capital?
And I hate to ask you, could you ask me that question again, please?
What's the relevance of the fact that a significant amount of Aqua, North Carolina's book equity is in the form of retained earnings rather than capital raised from investors?
Well, I mean, companies either get capital through external measures, through issue in equity, or for Aqua's case, it would be a dividend from the parent. To follow that logic would be that if the company is earning more money through internal operations, that means it's profitable, it's covering its costs, and it's earning a return. So that would argue that the current situation, if it's not dependent on external capital, means that it's a profitable organization, it's a going concern.
All right. And would your answer be the same when I asked Mr. DeSantis about the difference between your 221,000 on your page 41 um, and the 308 million in his schedule, DWD 9?
I don't doubt his numbers. What I do doubt is the timing of it. Again, that was a forward sale that was commenced on August. If you go to their website, you can see a newsprint of that forward sale. And it was done in 2020, which was outside the test year. My question was clear and unambiguous. It said, what were the issuance expenses occurred during the test year? Again, because I was advised by my legal counsel back in Jimmy Little, back in 1993 for the Dominion rate case, that we would advocate for recovery of issuance expenses if they occurred during the test year, meaning there was ample evidence of an expense, or during the immediate future. And Jimmy, we were kind of perplexed by what the immediate future meant by the Supreme Court, but I was advised that meant as of the date of the hearing. Again, I'm thinking his logic, as well as my own interpretation, was it's got to have evidence of an expense occurred during the test year for rate recovery in a rate setting.
And I believe Mr. DeSantis did point out that he thought it was the timing difference. Is that what you heard him say?
I don't think he had touched on the forward sale. That was not,
Right.
I don't think that was alluded to in this conversation. I mean, he took several historical issues. Again, that's a common practice. In fact, it's a practice used by George Sessions, my previous boss, who used to work for the commission staff. In many testimonies for the commission, that's not unusual. It was the commission, the North Carolina Supreme Court decision and their suggestion by their footnote that's pointed the public staff in my testimony of several cases to advocate for recovery of issuance expenses incurred during the test year, and they should be allocated to this particular operating utility. As in this case, in my internal analysis, I allocated it down from Essential down to North Carolina Aqua, or Aqua North Carolina. And the same thing with Dominion. If you looked at Dominion, had some issuance expenses that year, but I allocated what was appropriate for North Carolina Power service territory. And I may not answer your question exactly. I'm sorry.
You answered it. Thank you. And then, so nothing in his testimony or his $308 million figure changes your testimony that the level of the expense doesn't warrant any type of adjustment.
Correct. I hate to say this old hat, but I'm old enough to say that. It is old hat. And I would again urge you to look back at the Bear case, because he also said there was there was all the historical issuing expenses that had not been recovered, and that he had a big number for recovery. And he argued that they should be recovered.
All right. Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Kleinfelder.
Mr. Hinton, you were speaking very rapidly. I want to be sure I got the docket reference right for the 1993 Dominion case. It's E22 sub 323.
Yes, thank you. Sub 333.
Sub 333. Again, you were going through that pretty fast, and I was trying to keep up with your writing on that. Are you familiar with the treatment of flotation costs in the Uniform System of Accounts for Class A water utilities published by NARO?
No, I'm not.
You've not reviewed that before? Let me ask you a question about that. Even though you haven't reviewed it, I just want to be sure the way I'm reading what I have here on the Uniform System Accounts is consistent with your understanding. Section 213 is a balance sheet account, or account number 213 is a balance sheet account for capital stock expense. And the Uniform System of Accounts says this account includes in a separate subdivision for each class and series of stock, all commissions and expenses incurred in connection with the original issuance and sale of capital stock. So that's the recording of the flotation costs to a capital account. That's my understanding of it. Would what I just read to you be consistent with your understanding of how it's done?
Correct. And
Okay.
so it doesn't have, so you can't easily amortize that or
Well,
recover that. But your point, I agree with you.
That's what I then want to ask you about on follow-up, because the description of account 213, which is a capital account, it goes on to say, the utility may amortize the balance carried in this account by systematic charges to account 426 miscellaneous non-utility expenses. So as I read the Uniform System of Accounts, and I understand you haven't reviewed it yourself, but what I just read to you from the Uniform System of Accounts says that that's an amortizable account and that it's charged against account 426, which is an expense account. Is that consistent with your understanding of the proper treatment of those costs?
Not being an accountant, but yes, I would assume that's correct. The ultimate question then the accountant would have to discern is how long to amortize that expense over.
How long to amortize them? And that would then be an expense charged that could be recovered in the way expenses are normally recovered, right?
Or record on its books, right?
Got it. Well, I won't ask you any more about that since you haven't reviewed it, but that confirms to me that what I'm reading is consistent with what you're saying. Thank you, sir.
All right. Are there questions on the commission's questions? The company has none.
I just have one. Do you know how which account the company put this expense in?
No, I don't.
Okay. I have a second question. You were talking earlier about a forward sale. Am I correct? That's forward as in forward pass?
Yes, it is forward.
Could you explain what
Excuse
that
me,
is?
quick question or potential objection here. Is this response to the commission question or is it going back? I recall him talking about Ford sales when I was asking questions, not when the commission was.
He did make reference when I was asking him a question. So I'll give you a little leeway here, Mr. Ratmeyer.
Could you describe what you're talking about when you said a forward sale is essential utilities?
My understanding is that what Essential did is they contacted RBC as the underwriter, and they agreed upon a price they would issue the common stock at. And then the RBC had a challenge of going around the next 12 months and issuing that, but they locked in a deal ahead of time, as opposed to, and that's the nature of a forward sale, as opposed to waiting for a particular point in time and taking the risk associated with what if they decide they want to issue that stock on January 24th and the market's in a tremendous downturn. There's a risk that the company doesn't care to entertain. So that's my understanding.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, I'll take your motion.
We would request that his exhibits of Appendix A and Appendix B and Exhibits 1 through 7 be entered into evidence.
Without objection, that motion is allowed. All right, Mr. Hinton, you may be excused. And the commission, we're going to take a break now and let's try to be back at 11:15.
The public staff calls witnesses Michelle Boswell and Lynn Fiesel to the stand. They've kindly already joined us at the front of the room. Just as a note, June Chu was also a part of this panel when the written testimony was filed. She is not appearing because she's been excused from the hearing. So I'll start with you, Ms. Boswell. Please state.
Just a minute, let me
Oh,
get them sworn
goodness.
in.
Jumping the gun.
All right, can you both reach the Bible? Left hand's on the Bible, right hand's up. Do you sincerely and solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do. I do.
All right. Now it's God's.
Ms. Boswell, please state your name, position, and business address for the record.
Michelle M. Boswell. I'm the Director of Accounting for the Public Staff. My address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Ms. Fiesel, please state your name, position, and business address for the record.
Lynn Fiesel. I'm the financial manager of the water, sewer, telephone section of the accounting division of the public staff. Business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Thank you. Ms. Fiesel, I have a few additional questions that I'm going to direct to you. On December 3rd, 2022, did the panel pre-file joint direct testimony consisting of 27 pages, including a cover page, 3 appendices, and 2 exhibits?
Yes,
Do you have any changes or corrections to the panel's joint testimony?
yes. Regarding the contract service accounting, I'm going to remove line 12 to line 20 of page 20 of the direct testimony. Now, the contract service accounting on Schedule 3, Column C, line 17 should read $192,096. Regarding the accumulated depreciation on Schedule 2, Column C, line 2, the total accumulated depreciation is now $172,115,915. Regarding the ADIT on Schedule 2, Column C, line 11, now should read negative $35,398,426.
Okay, thank you. With the exception of those corrections, if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
Okay. Now I'm going to move on to your December 13th testimony. On December 13th, 2022, did the panel pre-file supplemental testimony consisting of 3 pages, including a cover page and 1 exhibit?
yes,
Do you have any changes or corrections to the panel's supplemental testimony?
it's the same.
Okay. If I were to ask you those same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes,
Chair Brown-Bland, the public staff moves that the pre-filed joint direct testimony appendices of witnesses Boswell, Fiesel, and Chu, as well as the joint supplemental testimony of witnesses Boswell, Fiesel, and Chu, be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and their exhibits be identified as marked when filed.
A motion is allowed.
Ms. Fiesel, did you prepare a summary of the panel's testimony?
yes.
Please read it for us.
The purpose of our testimony is to present the accounting and the rate-making adjustment we are recommending, as well as those recommended by other public staff witnesses. As a result of the public staff investigation of the base case revenues, expenses, and the rate base filed by Aqua North Carolina, Inc., Aqua or Company, in support of its requested increase in operating revenues for its Aqua Uniform Water operations, or Aqua Uniform Water, Aqua Uniform Sewer operations, Aqua Uniform Sewer, Brook Water operations, Brookwood Water, Fair Waste Water operations, Fair Waste Water, and Fair Waste Sewer operations, Fair Waste Sewer. The results of the public staff investigation and its recommendations related to the company's request for a water and sewer plan, WSIP, hereinafter MYRP, are discussed in the joint testimony of the public staff witnesses Boswell, Hinton, Junis, Sun, and John, joint MYRP testimony filed in this docket. We performed an accounting investigation of the data in the application, as well as the company's books and the records and the pre-filed testimony and exhibits on December the 2nd, 2022. We filed supplemental testimony and schedules correcting specific items on December 13th, 2022. The testimonies in each filing detailed the rate base, revenue, and operating expense adjustments recommended by the public staff. This concludes our summary.
Thank you, Ms. Fiesel. The panel is available for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
All right.
So I'm going to ask some questions to try to pin down some numbers on plant and service, mainly because I'm confused. And you are the people to help. When I look at page 8 of your testimony, the original testimony, not the supplemental, it looks to me like you started with the company's per books plant and service amount at the end of the test year, December 31st, 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said updated for known and actual changes to the end of the test year and August 31st, 2022. What, in terms of the known changes through August 31st, were you using the updates filed by the company for that?
I'm using the numbers provided by the company representative, Judy Gritz, on November the 21.
Okay, so those are the November 21st numbers.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you say you updated plant and service for adjustments recommended by public staff witness Lucas. What adjustments did he recommend to you?
Those are related to the iron and the magnesium projects he suggests to remove.
Okay, the Wakefield Estates project?
Subject to check, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. That was the only adjustment that you took from Mr. Lucas?
That's, we also took out the SIP system.
Okay, that was someone else's recommendation, was it not?
Yes.
I believe engineering worked together on that adjustment, and we've gotten one spreadsheet from engineering with those adjustments.
I was just going by which witness had it in their testimony. I did not see that in Mr. Lucas's testimony. Is that your reading as well?
I did not review Mr. Lucas's
Okay.
testimony. I just can attest to what we received in regards to the plant service numbers, and we received just one spreadsheet from engineering, but I do believe they worked together as a group to come up with the numbers that were presented to us for inclusion.
Okay. Let's go back to, you looked at the November 21st update. It was filed November 18th, and you got the paper version on the 21st. Is that right? You got
I got the number from the email on November 21.
Okay. So from the November 21st numbers you received in the company's update, what adjustments did you make to plant and service?
The November 21st Excel file provided by the company include the post-test additions through August 31st, 2022. That's the post-test additions we requested. Those are the numbers we included in our adjustments.
And any further adjustments that would have been made to those would be better handled by, likely, I think the last engineering witness to come up would be Mr. Junis.
Okay. And so that's your next panel, the WISIT panel, Mr. Junis and others on it, including you, Ms. Boswell, I believe.
My legal team is telling me yes.
Okay. You've had a full plate lately, haven't you?
It comes with the position, evidently.
So when you did your plant and service numbers, did that include any projected amounts for September through December of 2022 in the base year?
Again, I would reference that to Mr. Junis on the next panel.
So your numbers just reflect what engineering gave you, and you didn't make the adjustment on that.
I believe we detailed that in our testimony.
Is that a yes or a no?
The public staff worked in conjunction with engineering, assisting accounting and providing the numbers for the plant and service. But as far as any specific adjustments made on any specific plan item, that would be better handled by the next panel.
Okay, so I should ask Mr. Junis.
I would ask the next panel.
Okay. So at this point, you don't know if the plant and service numbers include, for the base year, include projections for September through December of 2022?
Again, that would be best handled by the next panel.
Should the base year numbers include a full 12 months worth of plant?
Again, that would be best handled by the next panel.
They're getting a preview. Let's go to some of the more specific adjustments that are listed in your testimony and save the good stuff for the next panel. Page 9, the SIP regulatory asset. You recommend that the cost of the SIP project be treated as or placed in a regulatory asset to be recovered in a future rate case if certain milestones are met, and that recovery would be through a 15-year amortization. Is that correct?
That is what that's what our testimony states, yes.
Okay. The SIP project, does that include the SAP cost?
I believe this question would best be handled by the next panel, as that is where the SAP and SIP information is included.
So I believe you recommend too, the amortization begin in the month the expenses for the project began. Do you know what month that is? Do you have a date?
Not off the top of my hand, but I'm sure the members of the next panel will.
SAP went live on January 1st, 2022. Is that right? As far as you know?
It is my understanding it went live when they started incurring costs related to it. I do not know.
So let's assume that the cost for the SIP project began in prior years, 2021 or earlier. If they begin amortizing that at that date on their books, but the cost of the amortization expense is not recovered in rates until a future rate case, which will be, if there's a WISIP, would be several years down the road, means that there will be a fair amount of the SIP project cost that are effectively borne by shareholders because they're not recovered in rates. The amortization's been running without that going into rates for that time period. Is that a fair statement?
I don't know that I would say a fair amount. There will be an amount that is recovered by shareholders in the interim.
And that will partly depend on how long it is before new rates are approved in a future rate case, right?
It would depend on how long it is before the next rate case. It would also be dependent on when the company actually institutes all of the phases of SAP, SIP, because those wouldn't begin amortizations until those actually costs were incurred. So there's a lot of moving parts that would be involved in the calculation of determining the total amount.
So yes, and I think you made a good point. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. The amortizations will begin at different times based on when the different costs were initially incurred.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with respect to the recommended amortization period of 15 years, would, in the public staff's recommendation, does that include a return on the unamortized balance or not?
A regulatory asset by definition is typically, unless otherwise authorized or disapproved by the commission, includes a return.
Okay. And would you, is your position that in this case, there should be a return on that unamortized balance?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Pages 12 and 13. you have a section starting on page 12 entitled Miscellaneous Revenues. And you list 4 systems there, and you say you have adjusted miscellaneous revenues to reflect the impact of gain on sale on those 4 systems. So first question is, regarding the gain on sale, did you assign the gain and any loss to 100% to the shareholders?
Well, the reason why we make this adjustment is because those systems were sold, but the associated OM expenses are still included in the application. That's why we remove those expenses.
Right, and I'm going to ask some questions about the O&M expenses in a minute, but first I wanted to find out if the gain and loss were assigned to shareholders or ratepayers by the public staff.
I believe a portion of it is to shareholders. That's subject to check.
Okay, is that something you can follow up on and provide us with a confirmation one way or the other of?
That's something I can follow up.
Thank you. So you talked about gain on sale. Were all 4 of those systems sold, or were some of them paralleled and in effect abandoned?
In my understanding is all of these 4 systems were sold.
Where'd you get that understanding from?
From the last rate case and by review. This is mainly suggested by the engineer team. So I would think this question is more probably be answered by the engineer team.
If a municipal authority comes in and puts its own lines in right up to the customer's meters and then serves those customers with its own source of water, that's not really a sale of Aqua's assets, is it?
I think that's a question should be answered by the engineer.
Okay. So I think getting more into the accounting arena, you indicate since the customers on those systems either are no longer served by Aqua or are anticipated at some near future point that they might not be served by Aqua, you have recommended that a portion of O&M expenses related to those systems be removed from the revenue requirement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And how you calculated the amount of O&M to remove, you took the average, the Aqua, was it the Aqua North Carolina average O&M per customer, and multiplied that by the number of customers in these 4 systems.
I took the average public staff recommended OM expenses per customer and applied to the customers associated with each system.
Okay. So, regarding use of average O&M, do you know if O&M includes purchased water cost when you're looking at Aqua North Carolina as a whole?
Subject to check. I will need to consult with our engineer team.
Okay. And were there any purchased water costs for these 4 systems?
Same answer. I will check with the engineer team.
Okay. If O&M in general includes purchased water cost and these systems did not have any purchased water costs, then applying the average O&M per customer for ANC would overstate the savings from these customers moving off of Aqua, wouldn't it?
I would say this way. We are trying our best to make the exact correction to remove the overstated OM expense associated with selling the systems. However, we did not get the exact amount provided by the company. We did not have detailed enough information to calculate the exact amount we should remove. Therefore, we have to do our own estimation to use an average OM expenses to do the calculation for the adjustment to be removed out. It's not perfect, but we do our due diligence to remove the amount we estimated to be correct because we did not have enough information from the company.
Did you ask the company if there was purchase water or salary or office rent type O&M expenses associated with these 4 systems?
We ask in data request 112 question 1 regarding whether the company has do some internal tracking for the expenses related to the system. And the response given by the company is that they think the relevant expenses associated with these systems are relatively small, so they did not remove the expenses.
And did you ask for the particular expenses?
Subject to check.
Okay. So let me ask about salaries. And are these fairly small systems in terms of number of customers?
I think you just asked about the salaries.
I'm going to get there. Do you know if these are fairly small systems in terms of customers?
Those are, I need to consult with the engineer team.
Like 15 customers at Lakewood and, maybe 86 for Nash County. Do those figures sound correct or do you not know?
As a accountant, I cannot answer whether it's small or not. Engineer
Okay.
should have to say.
So does O&M include salary expense?
It should include.
Okay. Do you know if Aqua was able to eliminate any positions, salaried positions, as a result of losing these 4 systems?
I would state that we asked the company, as Ms. Fiesel has stated in data request response, for those costs associated with them, and the company was not able to provide them. So no, we don't know because the company was unable to provide us the information.
So you made an adjustment without the information.
We made what we believe is a reasonable estimate of an adjustment because there are costs that were associated with providing services to those systems
Sure.
that would no longer exist. We did reach out to the company for exact numbers to remove from the system, from the case, and the company was unable to provide that information to us.
And that would apply for O&M expenses like contractual engineering, contractual legal, contractual accounting, other corporate expenses, office rent, insurance, miscellaneous. You don't know if any of those expenses went down with the loss of customers in these systems?
The company didn't know, so no, we don't know.
Okay, let's move to pages 14 and 15. And there's some discussion here about, I particularly want to ask about salary expense here. My understanding is you used the number of active Aqua employees as of August 31st, 2022 to determine salary expense. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Aqua told you there were 20 vacant positions at that time, full-time equivalents, right?
That's what shows on the application, yes.
Okay. And you did not include any salary and related expenses like benefits and all for those 20 vacant positions in your recommendation, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So is it your opinion that 20 vacancies is a normal and representative level of vacancies?
Historically, we agree upon the cutoff date, which in this case is August 31st, 2022. This cutoff date is also approved by the commission. Therefore, we only audit the salary status through the agreed upon and approved cutoff date. As of that date, there are 22 open position, and that is what's stated in the application.
Okay, I understand that's the vacancies at August 31st, the update period deadline. But my question is really about pro forma adjustments. Is it the normal purpose of pro forma adjustments to arrive at a representative amount of expense going forward?
It is.
And so that's why I come back to the question of, is 20 vacancies the representative level, or is that a much higher level than representative?
I don't know if it's representative or not. The company would know if it's representative or not of the number of vacancies. However, the public staff has always presented payroll and associated O&Ms as of a point in time. There's always going to be ebb and flows within the nature of expenses and salaries. You're going to have people who depart for whatever reason. You're going to add people. You'll have people change positions. The adjustment isn't meant to capture every possibility that may occur. It's meant to capture at a point in time, these are the level of expenses that the company's occurring.
I understand. And so you don't make pro forma adjustments?
We do make pro forma adjustments, and we did in this case to update your salary and wages and associated benefits through the updated review period as set by the commission of August 31st, 2022.
Now, did the company provide the public staff in response to public staff data request 119, question 5, the information that over the past 3 years, there has been an average of slightly less than 4 vacancies in the full-time equivalent Aqua workforce?
The company did provide some Excel spreadsheet showing how they calculate the average vacant, but that's not the methodology we use to estimate how many vacant positions we are going to take out, because we are always going to take the open positions as of the agreed upon updated time period.
Sure. And did that company data response show an average of slightly less than 4 vacant positions over the last 3 years?
That's how it shows on the company's calculation, but however, we do not agree with the company's methodology.
I would state that the data request response does not show that if there were any changes, any updates of new positions, new employees, so it's not really an apples to apples comparison.
So would you agree or not that when there's a number of positions vacant, the company's probably going to have to pay additional temporary labor or overtime to its existing employees to cover the work of those vacant positions?
I don't know what the company would do to cover the vacancies, as we don't know if they were new positions, if they were existing positions, if there were staff that wasn't active on one item and could shift over to another item. That's really up to the company to discern and make its own decisions upon. However, what the public staff did was update through the update period your known and measurable salary, wages, and benefits.
Did Aqua provide you with information that of those 20 vacant positions, only 3 of them were new positions?
Yes.
Let me ask about your adjustment on standby pay, which I think is page 16 of your testimony. What is standby pay?
Standard pay is that whenever there's a emergency situation that happened by the company will call the employees to come to the site and fix issues, that actual type of payment.
So it's essentially compensation for the employee being on call.
That's my understanding.
And the recommended amount of standby pay from the public staff, does that include a full 12 months worth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Pages 16 to 19, this is one of those perennial issues.
Oh, I would like to add, since it does include the 12 months, it would include your caveat, if you will, that anybody who needed to fill in for a position, we would have already captured that within the standby, the overtime, as everything's updated through the same period. So it would have captured the period of time for which you have stated that somebody may have needed to fill in to fulfill those positions.
And you know the company's rebuttal has a different position on that. Have you read it?
Everybody has an opinion.
Okay. Executive compensation and board of directors compensation and expenses. So this was an issue that was settled in the last rate case, right?
Subject to check, I was not involved in the settlement in the
Okay.
last rate case.
Do you know if this was a litigated issue in sub 497 rate case?
Subject to check.
Um, So you've recommended, correct me if I'm wrong on this, that there be a 50% disallowance of executive compensation. We're talking about the top 5 executives.
That's incorrect.
Well, I haven't finished. Let me get through it. We're talking about the top 5 executives at Essential, I believe, and their allocated share to Aqua, North Carolina. 50% disallowance of short-term incentive pay, long-term incentive pay, and then there's another disallowance related to base salaries.
That would be incorrect. What we have done in the adjustment is disallowed 50% of short-term incentive pay, 38.46% of long-term compensation, and those were based off of the company's response to data request 44, for which I have marked as confidential. The company did not. So I will rely on the company as to whether or not you want me to state the specifics that were contained in that led us to
I
the-
do not, and it is not necessary for the purpose of this question, which is the amounts you have recommended for disallowance in this case are greater than the commission approved in the last 2 cases, aren't they? Percentage-wise.
I do not know. I know that we based our recommendations off of what was contained in the data request response and not what was contained in previous commission orders.
Okay. This is just a small detail, but, page 19, one of the expenses you single out for the board of directors is the director and officer liability insurance. And did you disallow part of that cost?
We disallowed a portion of all board of directors
Okay.
cost.
50%.
That is correct.
Okay. And you call that insurance cost a necessary expense for a corporation in your testimony, don't you?
I believe I do, yes.
And if it's a necessary expense for doing business, doesn't that make it a reasonable expense for rate-making purposes?
Board of directors are required because you're a on a public entity. However, upon our review of the board of directors minutes, most of the time spent by the board of directors was not on ratepayer items. It was on shareholder items. Upon review of the board of directors minutes, we came up with approximately 38.7% of board of director time was actually spent on ratepayer items, the remaining on shareholder items. We decided to be very conservative based off of our reading of the board of directors minutes and only recommend that half or 50% of the cost associated with the board of directors be assigned to ratepayers and 50% be assigned to shareholders as they represent both entities.
So when you say shareholders, I mean, I'm struggling with finding that there's a clear separation of interest. Obviously, there's times when there are different interests between ratepayers and shareholders, but at the same time, isn't it in the shareholders' interest to ensure that the company is appropriately financed for providing customer service?
It is appropriate that ratepayers pay for the board of director time spent on ratepayer items. It's also appropriate that the shareholders pay their percentage of the time spent by board of directors for their interest.
You think this is a fairly symbolic adjustment?
No.
Okay. Page 23. Let's look at COVID expenses. And did you ask Aqua to identify its COVID-related expenses?
Yes, we asked in data request 63.
And the dollar amount they provided to you is?
I do not remember from the top of my head for the total exact amount.
So your page 23, you've got $116,084. Is that right?
That's what we removed.
Okay. And what was your basis for removing that amount?
In data request 63, we asked the company to provide expenses solely related to the COVID expenses. And the company provided responses in an Excel. Because our intention to ask expense solely related to COVID, which means it did not happen before COVID, as those expenses incurred because of these COVID reasons. And the company provided us with a spreadsheet listing the expenses related to COVID. That's why we removed those, because they are not recurring.
Do you understand the company provided you with expenses that it had coded as being COVID-related in its accounts?
Yes, it's coded.
Okay. Did you ask them to separate recurring from non-recurring COVID-related expenses, or did you just assume if it's COVID, it must be non-recurring?
It's not me assuming, but it's clearly stated in our data request. We ask information solely related to COVID. So we rely on the company's responses that they are only related to COVID instead of expenses incurred before COVID.
Or expenses that would be ongoing.
So where the company had recorded as an expense the time of an employee or several employees who were out sick because of COVID, if those employees are on a salary and they're going to get the same salary whether they're sick with COVID, sick with the flu, or working, that really doesn't show up as a non-recurring expense, does it?
If an employee was salaried, then the employee's incomplete salary should have been reflected by the company in its salary and wage adjustment.
You think maybe there was some miscommunication on this data request about COVID-related expenses?
I think we were clear in what we asked the company, and I think the company did not contact us to gain any clarity on the question and responded accordingly.
Page 24. This is the compound annual growth rate. This is an area where I think we've had some dialogue whether or not there'll be a late filed exhibit to update expenses in lieu of a compound annual growth rate or not. I want to ask just about what's in the testimony and not get into additional information. And that's something we've discussed by email back and forth with public staff legal. They would like to provide some additional testimony based on compound annual growth rate, which we have not seen in this proceeding. Again, we'd prefer to handle this by late filed exhibits that can be reviewed by both parties. But with regard to what's on page 24, you say at lines 15 through 18 that the public staff does not believe the compound annual growth rate should be applied to the base year expense amounts, given that Aqua is allowed to update its expenses and capital investments up to the conclusion of the hearing. So the public, tell me if I've got this right, because I'm not sure. My understanding is the company provided you with test year amount of expenses and then said for the base year, they would increase that by a 3.04% compound annual growth rate. Is that?
That's the compounds.
Not exactly. There was a 3.04% growth factor applied to some items and other inflationary adjustments applied to other items.
So let's talk about the ones the growth rate was applied to, the general instead of the specific individual ones where there was more.
Under the rate basis, material and supply inventory.
Okay. So for the ones where the compound annual growth, the expenses where that growth rate was applied, am I correct that the company's approach was to provide its test year, which is calendar 2021, and then for the base year, say that would increase by 3.04%?
That was how the company filed its application.
Okay. And you have removed that 3.04% and said if the company wants to come in with higher base year expenses than in 2021, then it needs to update at by the close of hearing.
We include in base year known and actual adjustments. We had inquired on several of the items for additional detail, for example, rent expense, for the specific leases associated with that, because typically leases are more of a long-term item versus a year-over-year item. And there was not a 3.04% inflation or inclusion of an increase in, I do believe, all subject to check of the rent expense adjustment leases that we had. We did inquire on the company on several of the items if they were going to update or not, and the company elected not to provide those updates.
Have you read the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Gearhart and Mr. Haddad?
I have.
Okay. They raise an issue in there, and I want to ask you about it, on accumulated depreciation. They are concerned that the public staff has made a substantial downward adjustment to, is this for the next panel?
Well, no, if I may, is this related to CAGR or is this related to accumulated depreciation? Just
This
for
is,
clarity.
I'm off of CAGR and on to accumulated depreciation.
Just wanted to provide.
Sorry about not giving the transition.
No, I just wanted to clarify that I believe that that was one of our adjustments, or one of our
Yes,
corrections.
that's
given
one of the
this morning.
corrections I made in.
Okay,
beginning.
and because I didn't write all that down and catch it carefully, can you give me again what adjustment you made on accumulated depreciation?
Yes,
Would you like the dollar amount or the description?
Both.
okay. Now, the accumulated depreciation for the total should be $172,115,915. That's the total amount. And here are the reasons why we made the adjustment or made the corrections for that. We did not receive the company's post-tax year accumulated depreciation until November the 21st, 2022. Given that the filing date due is December the 2nd, we do not have the time to fully audit it, the accuracy of the information. Therefore, we pulled the accumulated depreciation associated with the post-tax additions from the company's number, and we filed that number on December the 2nd. And during that process, we have been trying our due diligence to check the accuracy of the schedules. And in data request 119, we asked the company to confirm whether the post-tax year accumulated depreciation information is accurate. The company said, yes, it's accurate. However, as we keep going, checking the schedules to prepare for the hearings, we determined that the number provided by the company is unreasonably high. Therefore, we decided to use our own calculation of the accumulated depreciation to make the corrections.
So conceptually, if there's removal of a plant and service number, that is, the company proposed a higher number and post staff recommended a lower number, there should be a corresponding adjustment to accumulated depreciation.
If the
Right.
plant and service number change, there will be a corresponding accumulated depreciation change.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Redirect.
I have one or two questions for redirect. And so I want to go back initially to the discussion that you guys were having about board of directors and insurance for them. And so Mr. Drews read part of your testimony into the record. And so I'm on page 19, line 3. And so ask me or confirm that I'm reading the entire statement that you guys made correctly. Furthermore, directors and officers' liability insurance, while a necessary expense for a corporation, is obtained to defend the board of directors in lawsuits brought by shareholders for issues such as merger claims and shareholders' derivatives. Is that, did I read that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that. I think that's all I have.
All right. Let me see. All right, most of these questions are primarily some clarification, but in the public staff supplemental testimony and corrected exhibits, both Schedule 2 and Schedule 3, the amounts under the column of amount per application came from Aqua's original application as it was filed on June the 30th, and not the updated schedules filed on the 18th of November. Why didn't the public staff present the company's updated information in the corrected accounting exhibit?
Do you mind repeating the page number of the supplemental testimony, please?
I don't have it, but I'm in the schedules.
Okay.
Schedule 2 and Schedule 3, under the columns original cost rate base and the net operating income, or rather that's the name of the.
And I'm sorry, just to clarify, your question is why we didn't present the company's update as the amount per company?
Yes, in the corrected accounting exhibit 1.
I do believe that historically, when we present the schedules, we always present them with the company's application and then adjustments, which would include any updates through the end of the period, and then the final amount. Everything we do as far as revenue requirement has to be based off the initial company application, as that's what all of the revenue requirement adjustments that we make are plus minus are based upon.
All right. So we're correct in our understanding that you did use the June 30th numbers as opposed to November.
That's the original number we use.
All right. Okay, thank you. And following up on
Subject to check because we found a few errors in our schedules along the way,
all right,
but that's what we attempted to use.
okay. And following up on the company's questions surrounding the COVID expenses. On page 23, lines 1 through 7, you recommend disallowance of COVID-19 related expenses of $116,084 because they were non-recurring. Accounting Exhibit 1, Schedule 3-13, filed with your testimony, lists the types of costs and corresponding amounts that make up that $116,000 figure. Just giving you a chance to catch up to me.
We're getting there.
All right.
And I'm sorry, it was Schedule 3 that you were looking at, or 3-?
3-13 on Accounting Exhibit 1.
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your review of those various expenses, can you explain whether those costs were incurred to continue the provision of water, sewer, utility service to customers during the pandemic?
I think it would depend. The data requests that we asked were costs solely related to COVID-19 expenses that were incurred in the test period. I think as far as were they incurred during the pandemic, it all depends on what timing you deemed the pandemic to end, if you've deemed it to end at all. But we were trying to just get the costs that were just related to those that were non-recurring COVID-related expenses that were included in the test year.
All right. And did you consider recommending whether that all or some of the costs should be amortized or recovered from customers if they were required to continue service during the pandemic or not?
We did not.
Okay. Why not?
Typically with any non-recurring cost, it's by definition non-recurring, and so therefore there wouldn't be the need to extend those costs going forward. Also, typically when we recommend, any kind of amortization, it has to be a material enough amortization that it would have affected the company on a negative basis had they not been allowed to recover those costs. And typically that would meet those two-pronged tests that are associated with deferrals is how we would look at it. And these costs generally didn't rise to those levels.
And you identified these costs as non-recurring with even what, regardless of whether the pandemic is ongoing or not.
The question we asked the company was those solely related to that, so yes.
Okay. And I have some questions related to the recommended quarterly reporting related to the manual entries and plan accounting software. On page 26, beginning on line 6.
Yes, ma'am.
You discussed the public staff's recommendations, and you recommend the Aqua file quarterly reports detailing the projects the company has manually entered into the plant accounting software. Did you review any of these manual entries during your audit?
We did not. We had several site visits and conversations with the company. I was brought into the discussions in October as my staff, the answers that they were getting from the company left them unclear as far as what they were doing. It was during the call with Mr. Packard, Ms. Bernard, and I believe Mr. Gerhardt, but I might be mistaken on that one, that we found out that they were booking items manually. And so at that point in time, we requested what items that they were having to do this with, how long this had occurred, were they following their policies and procedures regarding closing plant? We received mixed response to that. No, it was Mr. Melton on the call, my apologies. Mr. Melton indicated that that his staff, which accounted for about 50% plus or minus of all of the plant and service closeouts, were following the policies and procedures to appropriately close out plant. Ms. Bernard stated that she was, quote unquote, running up and down the hall to get signatures off to appropriately close plant and service. Either you're following policies and procedures or you're running up and down the hall. Typically, there's not both. And so that is why we've put the recommendation in here, as there seems to be non-consensus on the company's side as far as if policies and procedures are being followed, if this was more of a one-off because they had a new system, or what all is happening. And given the issues of accounting for plant and service in previous cases, we felt that it would be beneficial to the commission and the public staff to follow up with the company in this reporting requirement to detail whether or not they're actually following their policies and procedures and how many times they're having to override an automated system.
All right. And during your audit, did the public staff review Aqua's process to verify the plant accounting for accurate in-service dates?
We attempted to, with mixed results.
Can you elaborate?
There were some items that we had clear documentation of when the item had become used and useful and was put into plant and service. Other items, it was less clear on when that actual date was.
All right. Did you have any understanding of why?
There were some, from the company, there were some issues that they said were just SAP, SIP related. I know that they were teaching I believe, subject to check, that they had involved some of their field personnel in the conversion of SAP, SIP to do things manually on a tablet, and that there were some issues associated with that.
All right. Thank you. And is Aqua continuing to make manual entries to the plant accounting software due to the implementation of SAP?
I do not know. We stopped at our cutoff and let the other pieces go as we were desperately trying to file in whatever kind of timely fashion that we could file in.
It's been a challenge for everybody on that one. All right, are there questions from the commission? Commissioner Kleinfelter?
I'm going to ask you about something that's not in your testimony,
Great.
but you two are my accounting experts, and so to further my general knowledge and understanding of things, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions to that end. I was asking Mr. Hinton about some items from the Uniform System of Accounts for Class A water utilities published by NARUC. I assume both of you are familiar with that Uniform System of Accounts.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I was asking him about account 426, which is titled Miscellaneous Non-Utility Expenses. You're generally familiar with that account?
I am.
What kinds of things go into that account or charged into that, charge of that account?
Any number of things. It's typically associated with issuing equity.
And again, that's exactly what the uniform system says is one of the things that goes in there. I was interested more generally in what other kinds of things might go in there. Suppose the utility has lobbying expense, would that be recorded to account 426? Let me
Have to review that. To be
Yeah,
perfectly honest.
let me not get that granular. Let me just ask, the main thing I want to know is is there a typical or general policy or practice about whether items that are recorded to account 426 are recoverable in rates?
There is not.
There's not a general practice or policy about, it depends upon the particular item.
Exactly. There's discussions back and forth of whether or not something's an ongoing item, whether it's a one-time incurrence. So there's not generally across the board for 426 an inclusion in rate making.
Does it matter whether the item that's recorded in 426 is related to the provision of utility service to customers? Does that make a difference in how it's treated for rate making purposes?
Not necessarily, because again, it would all depend on if it's a one-time expense or it's a recurring expense.
Okay. Thanks for my education. I appreciate it.
And as much as I could help. It's been a while
Well,
since we've looked at 426 in
Every,
that light.
every little bit helps. Thank you.
All right, questions on commission's questions? Mr. Drews? Ms. Coxon?
No questions.
All right, then I'll take your motions.
So the public staff moves that the panel's pre-filed exhibits be admitted into evidence and identified as they were marked when filed.
That motion is allowed. And said, this panel is excused. I think somebody might come back, but
I've informed them they must catch me.
all right.
And we understand that Ms. Fiesel will provide some information on whether those gains and losses are applied to shareholders or customers or both.
We would be happy to provide that as a late filed exhibit.
Thank you. Thank you. As I understood that, I agree. I understood that to be the testimony. Thank you for that. All right, you may step down. And we're going to break now for our lunch. And we'll be back on the record at 1:30. All right, let's come to order and go back on the record. I think we're still with the public staff.
Public staff calls as a panel witnesses Michelle Boswell, John R. Hinton, Charles Junis, Ben Young. They are there. Before we begin with them, the public staff had requested yesterday, I believe, to be permitted to present some additional testimony regarding the late filed exhibits requested by the commission of the company. I've conferred with Aqua Council, and we had proposed that after the public staff have the opportunity to do that with this panel, the company could present some additional rebuttal with one of their witnesses or panels. It's my understanding that the company is not agreeable to that proposal.
Well, this is related to the commission's request for the late filed exhibit regarding Cager. And from everything that I'm hearing and that commission staff has been able to determine with discussions with the parties, it just raises a level of complexity that's not worth the request, and so the commission is going to withdraw its request for that information. So if that resolves the problem for you. All right.
Thank you. All right. I would just like to note before I begin that public staff witness Song was also on filed testimony with this panel. She's been excused from the hearing, so she won't be appearing this afternoon. And I'd also like to note that Ms. Coxton, Mr. Freeman, and I may both have redirect questions and questions on commissioners' questions for the panel. All right, Ms. Boswell, I'm going to begin. Would you please state your name, position, and business address for the, I'm sorry.
Just a second. Witnesses are more aware than I am at the moment. All right. Everybody get to the Bible. Left hand's on the Bible, right hand's raised. Yes, Mr. Hinton, that would be unique. Do you sincerely and solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Boswell, please state your name, position, and address for the record.
Michelle N. Boswell, Director of Accounting for the Public Staff. Business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Thank you. Ms. Zhang, could you please state your name, position, and business address for the record?
Fan Zhang. I'm the financial manager of the electric section of the Public Staff Accounting Division. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Thank you. Mr. Hinton, please state your name, position, and business records.
My name is John Robert Hinton. I'm Director of Economic Research for the Public Staff, and I work at 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And finally, Mr. Junis, please state your name, business address for the record.
Yes, I'm Charles M. Junis. I'm the Director of the Water, Sewer, and Telephone Division of the Public Staff, and my business address is also 430 North Salisbury Street in Raleigh.
All right. If you would, Ms. Boswell, I'd appreciate it if you respond to the next few questions. On December 5th, 2022, did the panel pre-file joint testimony consisting of 80 pages, 5 appendices, and 12 exhibits?
Yes.
And on December 13th, did the panel file a corrected page 29 of the joint testimony?
Yes.
If you were asked, I'm sorry, do you have any changes or corrections to the pre-filed joint testimony?
We have one.
All right, could you go ahead?
On public staff corrected WSIP Exhibit 1, Schedule 2-1A-RY1, Line 2, Column A, Aqua Water. Instead of being blank, it should read 1573301.
All right, and that exhibit that you're referring to, is this an exhibit that was filed after December 5th, 2022?
Yes,
Okay, was this on December 13th?
yes,
Okay, I hadn't gotten there yet, but
my
that's
apologies.
okay. On December 13th, did you pre-file supplemental joint testimony consisting of 5 pages and 1 exhibit?
Yes,
And the correction that you just gave, is that to that exhibit?
yes.
Do you have any additional corrections to that supplemental testimony or exhibit?
Yes, I have some corrections on page 72, the WSIP joint panel testimony,
And just to be clear, is this the testimony that was filed on December 5th?
December 3rd, no.
It was
December 5th.
actually December 5th. That's okay. So this is a
Yes.
correction to that testimony.
Correct, it is.
What page number again, please?
72,
Thank you.
on line 12, the word Carolinas should read progress. And DEC should read DEP on line 14.
Is that all?
Yes. So again, the titles were mixed up. So where it says DEC should be DEP. Carolina should be progress.
All right. Let's see if I can get this right. The public staff moves that the pre-filed joint testimony and appendices of witnesses Boswell, Hinton, Junis, Song, and Zhang, as corrected by the December 13th filing, be copied into the record and given orally from the stand, and that their exhibits be identified as marked when filed. And I'd also move that the December 13th, 2022 supplemental joint testimony and be accepted to the record as if given orally from the stand, and that the exhibit 1 to that supplemental testimony be marked or identified as marked when filed.
All right, that motion will be allowed, and the direct and supplemental testimonies will be received into evidence and treated as if given orally from the witness stand. The exhibits will be identified as they were marked when pre-filed.
Ms. Boswell, did the panel write a summary of its testimony?
We did.
Would you please read it?
The purpose of our testimony is to present to the commission the public staff's recommendations with regard to Aqua's requested Water and Sewer Investment Plan, or WISP. Our testimony addresses and is organized in the following sections. In parentheses, we designate the first page of each section of our testimony for ease of reference. Section 1, assessment of the company's WISP, on page 4. The public staff review the application, and the company's WISP does not meet 4 of the 5 statutory requirements of North Carolina General Statute 62-133.1B, subsection B, section I through V. Section 2, denial of the request for WISP, on page 10. In addition to the company's proposed WISP being unfair to customers, establishing rates that result in sudden substantial rate increase annually or over the length of the WISP, not being representative of the company's operations, and not aligning with the public interest, the public staff opposes the company's request for a WISP for 4 other reasons. 1, the continued projected economic volatility and uncertainty. 2, lack of confidence in the company's projected capital expenditures throughout the risks. 3, lack of confidence in the company's management and accounting systems and capabilities. And 4, significant pending acquisitions by Essential Utilities, Inc.'s largest water and sewer utility subsidiary. Section 3 is the management audit on page 25. Due to ongoing concerns regarding the reliability and presentation of various data and figures provided by the company, the public staff recommends that the commission solicit proposals for a management performance audit of Aqua pursuant to North Carolina General Statute section 62-37B, with the cost of the audit to be borne by Aqua shareholders, not Aqua ratepayers. Such an audit should thoroughly examine the efficiency and effectiveness of the company's corporate and management structure and decision-making processes, internal regulatory controls, and accounting practices and protocols. The audit should report to the commission on relevant findings and recommend appropriate corrective action and penalties if corrective action is necessary and penalties are warranted. In addition, the public staff recommends that the commission, one, approve its regulatory conditions, which addresses some of its ongoing concerns, including but not limited to regulatory reporting requirements, cost allocation, and affiliate transactions. And two, order Aqua's full and timely compliance as part of its order in this case. Section 4 is the alternative recommendation, approval of a modified WISP on page 36. If the commission does not deny the WISP, the public staff provides an analysis and recommended adjustments necessary to formulate a modified WISP that results in just and reasonable rates and is in the public interest. Specifically, base year and rate years on page 36, revenue requirements on page 38, pro forma revenues on page 39, base rates on page 41, percent increases of the service revenues during the WISP on page 44, magnitude of the rate adjustments on page 45, and cost of service adjustments on page 47. The public staff recommends several adjustments to the cost of service that are utilized to calculate the revenue requirements for the base year and rate years 1 through 3. For any rate division that exceeded the 5% cap for rate years 2 or 3, the public staff made an adjustment to the revenue requirements for that rate division to reduce the requirement so it will not exceed the 5% cap. Plant and service on page 49, the public staff provides an overview of the company's planned capital investment projects included in its application and updated on November 25th. The public staff recommends adjustments to utility plant and service, including one, incorporation of the updates provided in November 25th, item 28, provided in response to public staff data request number 115. 2, removal of planned capital asset additions estimated to be in service during the post-test year update of January 1, 2022 through August 31st, 2022. 3, removal of the service improvement project and related projects. 4, removal of the PFOS and PFOA filtration projects. And 5, removal of the installation of new meters and new service lines for new customers. All of the projects estimated to be complete and in service after August 2022 will be subject to reasonableness and prudency review as part of the company's next general rate case. Section H, performance-based metrics on page 62. The public staff recommends 1, modifications to the company's proposed performance-based metrics or PBMs, targeting operational compliance, customer service, service reliability, and workplace health and safety. 2, additional PBMs. And 3, that the commission require the company to collect the data needed to measure achievement of certain performance-based indicators through the use of appropriate benchmarks. The public staff recommends a discrete set of incentives and penalties for certain metrics that increase or decrease the high end, but not the low end of the company's approved return on equity band with the company's performance on a metric issue rises above or falls below the benchmark. The cumulative total decrease cannot exceed 54 basis points, and the increase cannot exceed 14 basis points per year. Section I, cost of capital on page 67. The public staff recommends an overall cost of capital of 6.63%. This recommendation is based upon a proposed capital structure consisting of 50% common equity and 50% long-term debt, a debt cost of 3.97%, and a 9.3% return on common equity or ROE. The recommended ROE includes a 20 basis point reduction due to the WISP. The public staff recommends an ROE band of 50 basis points above and below the recommended ROE of 9.3%, which equates to a band of 8.80% to 9.80% for all of the years of the WISP. Section J is the annual review process on page 77 of our testimony. The public staff recommends that the company be required to provide the public staff and the commission with all supporting work papers and calculations at the same time the company makes the annual filing, including the earnings test performed on a rate division basis to maximize the time available to the public staff to conduct its investigation and report the results to the commission. Section K is refunds of excess earnings on page 79. The public staff recommends the earnings calculation and the refund on excess earnings be performed at a rate division level for each rate division to ensure that any excess earnings flow back to the appropriate customers. And section L is the assessment of the public staff's recommended WISP on page 80. The public staff's recommended WISP meets the requirements of North Carolina General Statute 62-133.1B, subsection B, section I through V. and better aligns with the public interest by establishing rates that are fair to the customer and utility while reasonably ensuring the continuation of safe and reliable utility service. This completes our summary.
The panel is available for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
Mr. Drews?
I would like to start by following up on a question from the prior panel. My understanding, and correct me if this is wrong, is that there was a correction made by the public staff to the accumulated depreciation amount on Exhibit 1, Schedule 2. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and right now, you're showing 182,255,838 for that number.
Subject to check.
Okay, do you have that schedule in front of you?
I do not.
Okay. So did that correction to accumulated depreciation, it flowed through to the WISP years?
Yes, all of the corrections that were stated in the base case would flow through to the WISP years because the WISP is based off of the base case numbers.
Okay. Does the corrected amount of accumulated depreciation match the amount of downward adjustment you made to plant and service?
Can you elaborate a question a little bit? Because what we did is we based off the base year, like the one on the stand we corrected, and then we carry over to the rate year 1. So you will include the plan estimate for rate year 1, which will be include if the engineer will talk about a little bit later, the September 1st, 2022 estimate through December 31st, 2022 in the rate year 1. So we will carry all those as well as the existing plan in service accumulated depreciation. So everything will up to the end of rate year 1.
So for the base year amount that started it all, did the amount of adjustment to accumulated depreciation match the public staff's adjustment to the per application amount of plant and service?
I would think so. The way we did, what we did is we based on what is the actual test year, and then adjusted by the public staff recommended plan addition for the base case, which is through August 31st, 2022. On the top of that, for the rate year 1, the additional accumulated depreciation will calculate the company's estimated after our investigation. So basically, the public staff recommended plan addition from September through December 31st, 2022, as well as the rate year 1 plan addition recommended by the public staff. So everything is captured all along until the end of rate year 1.
And I'm going to follow up on that a second. Let me ask, and struggling here, but when there's a negative adjustment to the per application amount of plant and service, that is, you reduce the plant and service amount downward, should that be matched with a positive adjustment to accumulated depreciation?
What we did, we don't use your estimated accumulated depreciation amount. We use your test year accumulated depreciation amount and bring it forward with our adjusted plan addition. The accumulated depreciation is calculated on the top of that. So it's not carrying from the company's estimate accumulated depreciation. It's based on the test year and bring everything forward based on our recommendation, our calculated accumulated depreciation.
Okay.
And also that net of the plan addition, plan retirement.
So I'm going to try some dates here. your adjustment to accumulated depreciation, was that applied to the
Mm-hmm.
plant and service balance as the December 31st, 2021 per books amount, or to the December 2022 per application amount?
I believe we based on the accumulated depreciation provided by the company as of December 30th, 2021. And then we add on the accumulated depreciation based on our recommended level of actual plan addition through August 31st, 2022. And then that's the base case. That is a full year of the depreciation, which is a full year of accumulated depreciation. That's the base case. So from the base case, we go to the rate year one, then we will have the our recommended estimated plan in service for those remaining 4 months, as well as the rate year one plan addition. The company or our public staff recommended level of plan addition for the rate year one. So everything is calculated forward to the end of 2023, because the rate year one ended 2023.
Okay.
Yeah.
And thank you for your patience with me on this.
You're welcome.
I want to try to understand some more about the adjustments to plant and service. The public staff for the first 8 months of 2022, did you use a $12 million number for plant additions for that period, January to August,
Yes,
in round numbers?
yes.
Thank you. Okay. And that was based on what you knew at the time was showing as the per books amount of the update.
Yeah, so there's actually a data request response to DR 107 that the company provided on November 22nd. So very late in this process, we tried to allow for the company to provide the most up-to-date and accurate information for the anticipated update through August 31st, 2022. And that is the basis or confirmation for that $12 million number.
And for that period from September through December of 2022, what we call the bridge period, what was the plant and service that the public staff recommends for that time frame?
Yes, so that's shown in Public Staff WISP Exhibit 6, which is approximately $18.6 million of additions for the remainder of 2022, which is September through December.
Okay.
And that is consistent with DR 115 from the company that they provided on November 25th. So again, as late in the process as could be possible, there were no caveats to that data request response. Neither was there any to 107. And 107 asked for, we're looking for in-service dates because it has to be used and useful. So 107, when you're talking about actuals, my main concern is in-service date and those amounts. Is it reasonable and prudent? And then on those estimates for DR 115, we were looking for the most up-to-date and comprehensive version of the company's projected costs for basically an update to item 28, which was, roughly 9,000 line items. And so then Exhibit 6 removes the estimates for January through August in that updated filing, because those should be incorporated into the actuals update if they got completed. If not, in-service date should have been pushed back. And we saw a number of adjustments within that DR 115 to make us think that this is the true and accurate information.
And when you say if they got completed, you mean if they were capitalized or unitized on the books?
When I say completed, I mean in service, because again, we're looking at used and useful. Unitization has been addressed last rate case ad nauseum. I'm sure the commission did not expect and nor did they want unitization and capitalization to be an issue in this case. That's why the accounting procedures had to be filed and approved by the commission. And then the company, which I believe was Mr. Becker's testimony on Monday, performed overhauls of their procedures and processes without notifying the commission or seeking additional approval. And now we sit here today, parties are in significant disagreement, apparently, about what is their utility plant and service and what is an accurate projection going forward.
You did know the company was converting their enterprise software to SAP, right?
When you say, did I know, when are you referring to?
Well, maybe I should ask you, when did you know they were doing that conversion?
I mean, I know it was discussed at, I believe, as part of their like annual state of the company, as also was their corporate initiative on PFAS and PFOA. So those were topics that they addressed sort of at a very high level. Ultimately, that decision, we found out in this case, really the process of when did they decide to transition to SAP, and then when was it implemented? And when you say implemented, there have been significant hiccups, and that is what speaks to the public staff's adjustment to remove SAP and sort of set it aside. And Ms. Boswell can address the accounting that we've suggested for that project. But ultimately, it has not proven useful for this rate case. And this rate case was filed by the company. They picked the timing. They picked the timing of a rate case to be filed on a test year that utilized their previous system, Lawson. And then they anticipated their update period to utilize a completely different system. And they stated in their testimony and DR responses that they knew there would be problems. And they know, not only did they know there would be problems, but they continue to correct the problems today.
And you've given me a lot of rabbits to chase, and you've also made me very grateful I wasn't here for the discussion on the last rate case. But I want to circle back to the original question. When did you learn that they were making this conversion to SAP?
Could be closer to the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I talked loud enough, but will do.
Do you have an approximate date's fine. I'm not asking for a day.
I don't recall exactly. I think our accountants were aware of it prior to myself as an engineer becoming aware of it. I would defer, for our panel.
Would have been early 2022, mid 2022?
Probably.
I can state for accounting that unfortunately we have lost some members of our public staff who may have known in advance of when it was, but as far as the members of the public staff on this case, I believe it was late summer, early fall that we knew about your SAP conversion.
Was there a state of the state in May of 2021 when it was discussed with the public staff?
May have been. I'd have to
Okay.
go back and check
Okay.
the presentation.
The reason I asked is you said you didn't know that the processes were changing, and maybe you didn't know what they were being changed to.
I don't recall. And again,
Okay.
at first glance, a transition to SAP, for my purposes, wouldn't have been a large red flag, at least initially. But, having conversed with the accountants, I understand better. And now having gone through this case, certainly have an appreciation.
Now, I'm going to do the unlawyerly thing and chase one of those rabbits, although I have more discussion on SAP later, but you said it wasn't used and useful for your purposes for this case, right?
Yes, in terms
Okay.
of, it has proven unuseful in terms of confidence. I think it was Commissioner Brown Bland asked about data validation. And I think that is still a concern in this case.
And I mean, y'all had the chance to ask the company panel, but are you aware that it has been used and useful for numerous other purposes related to operating the company and serving customers, apart from the regulatory arena.
Would you care to elaborate in terms of other uses?
Well, I think Ms. Kellett will be glad to. When she's on the stand, I'm not really the one to testify for the company on that, but I'm asking if you have, I mean, I think it's somewhat laid out in the rebuttal testimony, so it's really a question whether you've remembered it from there.
So if you want to refer me to a page in the rebuttal testimony, but there are also portions of SAP that are not useful and aren't even claimed to be useful, that there are delays, such as the customer billing until I believe the end of 2025. So, I mean, that is why we are recommending the accounting treatment that we are. Sort of set aside and improve the benefits because we are not seeing the benefits and the usefulness.
And when a company or organization moves to new enterprise software, would you think it's normal or expected that there's going to be a lot of bugs to work out, a transition period, that there's going to be, changing how you enter stuff on one system to another system and mapping it over is not going to be turn a switch and it happens. It's going to take time and there will be some necessary delays as a result.
So just to sort of address that head on, the company filed an application and nowhere did it say, oh, by the way, we transitioned accounting system and we're running into problems. It said, we transitioned accounting systems and look at all these benefits to customers and to the company to try to justify its costs. There was not open transparency from the very beginning of how widespread the problems were, despite now in discovery, we understand that they were running into problems as soon as the switch was flipped. In January, they deferred the closing of blanket projects. Those are the straightforward, they basically get completed within a month, and they deferred those closings of those projects. Nowhere was that openly offered to us until we had to dig down with repeated data requests to get that information in this process after we were experiencing those problems when we were trying to get documentation of their utility plant service. Then in June, we're still before the company has filed its application. In June, they start to defer their larger utility plant service projects because you're running into projects where they were booking costs both with Lawson and SAP or performing allocations utilizing SAP. And that gets into the accounting issues of sort of manual accounting entries. But that's a pretty big red flag that January and June, before they have filed at the end of June, they were experiencing significant issues and proceeded to file not only a general rate case, but a new multi-year rate case. Nowhere did they say that their item 28 was constructed utilizing Lawson and that they'd have to redo and establish new project numbers for every single line item. All 9,000 line items now have new project numbers. That creates confusion. That creates issues with the sort of matching and tracking that is required by the commission rule. Month reports. You're supposed to track. What is the status of the project, cumulative spend? Has the in-service date changed? That was all at risk when they were having issues with the two systems. And I think Ms. Boswell may have had something to add, so I didn't want to cut her off either.
No, you're fine. Historically, whenever there's a change in IT processes, as we all are aware, there can be some hiccups along the way. The issues in this case is that it appears that there weren't just some and it wasn't at the initial stage, but that we're still having them today.
Do you know if there's some rebuttal testimony in this too, if the transition issues that Aqua had are more severe or unique to Aqua compared to other companies that have switched to SAP?
I know that at least one of our other utilities has switched over to SAP and did not experience the same issues that Aqua has experienced in the switchover.
Which utility was that?
I believe it was Duke Energy.
Okay.
So I guess technically two, because there's Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke
Right.
Energy Progress, but
Right. Any idea how many years the North Carolina Administrative Office of Courts has struggled to get its new software system in place, the eCourt initiative?
it's not part of my job to know
Okay.
what it is that they are doing with their IT system,
It's
so
okay.
no.
I was going to suggest it makes Aqua look good, but I won't go there. So
But I know they haven't filed a rate case, so.
it's true. It comes out of taxpayers' pocket, right? So I want to try to get a bead on the plant in service reductions you got. If you'll turn to page 52 of your panel testimony. And I think it's line 7, you indicate on a consolidated company basis, you're reducing the planned capital investment for the WISP by $55.8 million roughly. Is that right?
That's correct. So that is from the original filed amount in the item 28.
And so that, would that reduction be different based on the amount that the company has offered in its rebuttal testimony, the 47.3 million, or the number, or is that too hard to
So do you,
map the?
well, no, it's not too hard to do the math. I mean, our number for 2022 is the 12 plus the 18, which is roughly $30 million. It's my understanding on rebuttal, which is also based on a cutoff that is beyond August 31. I believe it was utilizing information through November 30th. So we don't quite have an apples to apples comparison there.
And what was the amount through November 30th the company was recommending?
I think you just had referenced it at 46 million, but if you want to point me to their rebuttal testimony, I'm happy to flip to that page.
Right. I think they, with projections for December, it might have been, if I had this right, 47.3.
Okay.
I can transpose numbers.
Mr.
accidentally,
Drews,
but-
just keep your voice up so we can.
Yes,
catch it.
ma'am. I'll get closer to that mic. So, so then for the base year, are we talking about a difference, assuming it's, the company's now at 47.3 million for base year plant additions? We're talking about that is the delta between that and the, public staff's 30 million is what's at issue here?
It appears so, roughly 17 million. Now, I will note that the company's application for 2022, the total was 66.6 million. So clearly, even at its own admission, they have not spent what they had projected in the year that was closest to actual. So that raises concerns about your ability to accurately project costs. And if you were roughly $20 million too high in year one, which you filed your application halfway through year one, are the future years too high? And so I think that only speaks to the appropriateness of the public staff's adjustments.
So when we take that 55.8 million number, I just want to kind of break down the components of it. It looks like there's roughly 44.2 million that the public staff is taking out. This is on your page 53. As that was projected as an update for the period of January through August 31st of 2022. Is that right? That's about line 14 on page 53.
That's correct.
Okay. And then if we flip over to page 54, line 10, it looks like you've also recommended another 7.1 million be removed related to SIP cost.
Correct, but the SIP costs are not restricted to 2022, so it will not necessarily add up to the 55.8 million because there were costs on SIP, I believe, back in 2020. I think there was definitely ones that were booked. Yeah, I think it was because we're working off of 5/26. The update ended March of 2020. And so then there are costs that were in service in April 2020, so on, up through August 31st.
Okay. And there's one other number. I actually didn't really understand this. Page 54, line 13, it says, starting above, it says, public staff recommends removal of estimated capital investment totaling 3.488 million for the first 8 months of projected 2022. How does that differ from the adjustment on the prior page with the 44 million for that update period?
So the 7 million is actuals from last rate case through August of 2020 based on responses from the company. Then you remove the first 8 months, which was projection, that we've replaced with actuals. And in this case, because we're making adjustments outward, they both look like removals. So again, this doesn't add up piece by piece by piece because we're talking about different timeframes, but I was addressing all of our, or at least a majority of our plan adjustments.
Okay, thanks. And once again, the numbers are enough confusing to me. I appreciate your patience in sitting through these questions.
I think the more helpful thing is the public staff built up, that we looked at what the company did and, we refer to the adjustments as downward, but that's more of a netting as opposed to we down, instead we built up.
Okay. I'm going to flip back to page 9 and try to just move sequentially through the testimony here to be a little more organized.
So I'm just
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
confused. We were going through the math of adding up and you stopped short of some additional adjustments.
Okay, well, go ahead and let me know the additional adjustments.
Well, I was just confused because I thought we were trying to add up and explain how we got there. And so there was also the $7.8 million of removals on the PFAS PFOA projects.
Right.
And also then the removal of the installation of new meters and new services for new customers. And I would just add that the 7.8 is the same topic that I think there were some questions that maybe were ranging on Mr. Hauser of the balance between he addressed regulatory compliance and I addressed the capital improvements.
Okay, thank you. That makes it complete. So page 9, and the question is here is the company's proposed WISIP represent operations over the WISIP term, and the public staff says no, and it's not representative. And you provide an example there that involves the use of the compound annual growth rate for many of the O&M expenses. The compound annual growth rate proposed by the company is 3.04%, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that was based on an average growth rate for Aqua O&M over a 3-year period?
Yes, that's the annual compound growth rate from 2018 to 2021. The
Right.
company calculated. Yes.
That historical average that was used for the growth rate is substantially less than the actual inflation rate measured by the Consumer Price Index at this time, isn't it?
Depends on the period. I don't think it's apple to compare that way. So I mean, inflation fluctuated over the time, so you can't do just 1 point to the average comparison.
Right, the 3.04% is a 3-year past average, right? Historical. And the current annual rate of inflation latest reported by the US government is 7.1%? Subject to check?
Subject check, yes.
Okay,
And
thanks.
remember, you're talking about cost of particular items. We normally refer to those as escalation rates, which is different than a market basket of goods. And I'll note that inflation rate during the last 12 months was like 10.4%. For the last 5 months, it's been like 2.5%. So there's been a marked decrease in the current rate of inflation, as you referred to it.
And that's probably good news for all of us, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, starting on page 10, the public staff presents 3 reasons why the WISIP does not align with public interest. You with me on this? And the first reason that I see in there is that the WISIP statute, and by WISIP, I mean Water Sewer Investment Plan, did not extend the 270-day suspension period. And so that kind of jams the parties up in terms of doing a full investigation of the application. Is that right?
That's correct. I mean, obviously this testimony is cumulative. So when you don't meet the other requirements, that also contributes to whether it's in the public interest. So if it's not representative of your operations, which goes beyond just the cager, that was one example. Your operations include also your capital expenditures. So yes, there are 3 reasons here, but again, it's cumulative testimony. The public interest is a pretty wide ranging topic.
No one reason by itself necessarily would completely defeat the public interest, but when you add them all together,
correct,
that's your position.
And you are correct in representing that the 270-day suspension has significantly hindered the parties.
Okay, but in terms of in terms of public interest, I mean, the decision not to extend that 270-day period, that was a legislative decision, right?
Yes, however, I would say, who lobbied for this and who attempted to draft that language? So was an additional 30 days or 60 days or 90 days proposed by the company when they were lobbying for this, or did they see a benefit in a shorter period of time for the regulator and the consumer advocate to investigate its application?
Did the public staff or any other party beyond the utilities suggest at the time this legislation was being prepared that an extension of the 270-day period would help?
So it's my understanding that the public staff does not take positions on legislation, and also that is above my pay grade in terms of ultimately what we give in terms of any feedback, if at all.
You also say the Aqua WISIP proposal is not in the public interest because we are in a time of heightened uncertainty, right?
Yes, sir. And I believe the company had asked us some questions about heightened uncertainty and the implications of that. And that was response to I believe, data request 3-2. So I think this has been asked and we've given you an explanation there.
Sure, and I'd like to put it on the record. I guess not to get too abstract, but how do you define heightened uncertainty? What makes these times heightened as opposed to the uncertainty in a more normal year?
Yeah, so I'm actually happy to address that because the question was asked. So please provide an explanation and calculation of how heightened uncertainty is quantified by the public staff was the question. That basically match up with what you just asked.
Well, I asked for a definition, and if, I don't know that you need to quantify it, but if you just have a definition, that would be fine. That's what I was asking.
All right, so I think the definition we've sort of referenced, heightened is to increase the amount or degree of uncertainty, is the quality or state of being uncertain, and uncertain is an not known beyond a doubt. So it is an increased amount of basically not knowing beyond a doubt.
So I guess what I'm wondering is, you don't know what you don't know, right? So it might be we have a lot of volatility and inflation today, but we don't know if it's going to be stable in the next 3 years or more stable. At this point, it's kind of hard to say. The projection into the future is more uncertain because we don't know what will happen in the future.
So, and I'm happy for Mr. Hinton to add to this, but just first to address, if you are establishing costs during a heightened period of uncertainty, high inflation, is that baked into capital costs for the next 3 years? And if inflation comes down, are those capital costs too high? And the same for expenses. But if Mr. Hinton has anything to add, I would be happy.
Yes, in my direct testimony, I have a graph of CPI again, that's different than the particular inflation rate for O&M expenses or capital projects, but they do, yes, but they do track each other often. And what you're seeing is from the time period of my graph, my testimony, I think from 2017 through 2020, roughly very stable inflation rates between 2 and 3%. And I've seen forecasts over that time period for other proceedings that have been in the 2 to 3% range going forward. However, in the last year and a half, we've had some extremely high inflation rates, and they are coming down now. But that's only 5 months of the present 12-month period that the BLS recently reported on. It is uncertain because we're going through this time of previous monetary expansion, fiscal expansion, and currently under the Federal Reserve, they're tightening the money supply M2 at a pretty alarming rate, and that's being reflected in the increase in interest rates. These are unstable times with respect to inflation. I can say that pretty clearly.
And I believe you said a moment ago that you see inflation rates coming down.
Yes, there's a report in Friday week's Wall Street Journal, a report by Alan Binder, who was a Federal Reserve governor, who made a notation that he calculated the monthly inflation rates, and in the last 5 months, they've reflected a 2.4% annual growth rate, which is a marked decrease from the previous 7 months, which were increasing at like a 10% increase. So you're seeing a rapid decline. The question to the uncertainty issue is obviously these are uncertain times. We don't know what to expect. There's pressure on the Federal Reserve to bring interest rates down. That's a political pressure, and Federal Reserve chairmen have to try to resist that. How well he can do that and how well he can continue the economy to evolve over time. And then when you combine that with international events, it's an uncertain time.
So let's take a period back when it was a little less uncertain, maybe a normal uncertainty,
Yes.
if you will. Let's go back 2019, for example. Was that a more normal or stable time?
With regard to CPI, yes.
Okay. So if we were looking at doing 3-year projections in 2019 and we felt a WISP was appropriate because it was a normal level of uncertainty, what happens next? We get a year of COVID pandemic, we get a Russian invasion of the Ukraine. I mean, all those things that destabilize the economy wouldn't have been known during the time of normal uncertainty, would they?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the statute clearly says that it authorizes annual rate changes for a 3-year period based on reasonably known and measurable capital investments and anticipated reasonable prudent expenses. During a heightened period of uncertainty, when you're trying to determine what these amounts are, that is much more uncertain.
So the company's got its capital planning, and they have, whether you agree on the reliability or not. I mean, they basically estimate they're going to have to do certain number of projects, spend a certain number of dollars to serve their customers, regardless of whether there's inflation and volatility, don't they?
But this is a special rate-making mechanism that allows the company to prospectively recover costs from customers without a proper true-up. So if you end up not spending the dollars, if the project significantly change, what happens to the amount of benefits? What if, like you said, costs skyrocket or you can't get projects done? Well, you would have been paid for all those projects. COVID basically shut down a lot of projects. And so then if those aren't completed within that given rate year, then the benefits aren't passed to customers, but they had to pay for it.
So you mentioned if costs skyrocket. Well, if costs skyrocket, then the company's actually going to be paying more than it's recovering in rates. I mean, that's a two-way street. It can go either way.
I think that speaks to the company's rebuttal, where it shows that it so effectively hits its capital budgets. And when I say budgets, that is dollars spent, not necessarily did you complete the projects that you anticipated completing, but you hit a spending target. And I would add that table inaccurately represents its ability to actually even hit its own budgets. So if we actually flip to the company's rebuttal, and this is their panel, that I think this is an important note when we're talking about this heightened uncertainty. Just give me one sec. Yeah, so page 10 of the rebuttal testimony of Shannon Becker, William Packer, Whitney Collette, and Michael Melton. There's a table starting on line 6, that there are columns. Maybe I should slow down. All right, so the question says, what evidence is there that Aqua has an effective and well-managed capital budget planning and execution process in place? There are columns for years. There's a column called investment plan. That investment plan amount is not the corporate approved budget. That is what they refer to in other data responses as a revised budget. Well, those corporate approved budgets, that process typically happens the December before the budget year. So you're already right on the cusp of that annual spending. But that's not the number they use. They use a revised budget that they continue to track and modify, actually down to the penny. So this doesn't actually prove that they're good at hitting their capital, their corporate approved budget. It shows that they have historically, with Lawson, tracked their costs and then adjusted that budget to relatively closely match. And the capital investment is their actual spend within that year. So for example, in 2012, where they show a investment plan amount of 13.3 million, the approved budget amount was actually closer to 9. So they actually overspent the budget by 32%. So this is not representative of what they claim to be. And I think that ties to uncertainty and any claims of what happens if costs skyrocket. We're talking about a capital project plan. There are discrete benefits. There are policy issues that the commission would be approving if they approve a WISP.
So this is my crystal ball question. If you prepare a annual list of anticipated projects and capital spend at a given point in time, is that supposed to stay frozen, or does it necessarily have to change as circumstances change?
Do you mind repeating the question?
Right. I mean, is the capital planning a work in progress that necessarily evolves, or is once you make an estimate, you ought to be strictly held to that?
Well, so again, you're talking about budgeting, I think. We're mixing two different things, and it's important to distinguish what the commission is approving. This is not called a budget, not a capital budget. The item 28 is intended to be discrete projects that implement and assure safe and reliable service for customers, and hopefully better service for customers, because the company is getting this significant benefit of more timely recovery, prospective recovery of those projects.
Okay, I have one last question, and unless need to respond to the answer. On the public interest factor of heightened uncertainty, I mean, is it your reading that that is a public interest factor built into the rule or the statute? That you don't get a WISP if it's a time of heightened uncertainty?
That is a factor contributing to how the company's proposed WISP is not in the public interest. That we believe, as it states on the page before, not representative of their operations. So now we're talking about heightened uncertainty that calls into question the costs that have been projected and how those would impact customers going forward.
Okay, I'm going to move to the third public interest factor you have in testimony, which is that you say, I'm going to paraphrase here, Aqua has not shown innovation and effort to reduce its cost in this time of inflation. Is that a fair summary of?
So yes, that was a fair description, and this is another one where the company has asked the public staff for additional clarification, and we did provide that in DR3, question 3. What I'll just say is there is a lot of upward pressure on rates. You have capital investment, you have the exhaustion or full amortization of CIAC, and then you have this mechanism that allows the company to recover more and more quickly its expenditures. So you're pushing rates up. We're not seeing a deliberate effort to try to innovate or reduce those costs.
Are you suggesting these costs that are being incurred by the company that are pushing rates up, that they're unreasonable or imprudent, other than the Wakefield disallowance?
Well, I think the inclusion of $8 million of duplicates would not be appropriate for recovery from customers, so.
And the company corrected that, didn't they? That was a mistake, not, and they submitted their correction for
And
that amount.
continued to include it even in DR 115, and so then we had to pluck that specifically out. So I think there is an issue here, and we didn't say that not reducing the cost was imprudent. Where we have raised concerns that in terms of public interest, you're not making an equal effort here. You're showing a ton of effort to spend more money and create a budget that spends more money and to have flexibility to spend that. But we're not seeing that innovation in terms of reduction of costs. And I will point to an example. The company claims that an innovation is Noose Colony, where they are expanding that plant and will eventually get to 750,000 gallons. The project as it is included in the plan, it's going to cost approximately $10.5 million. And it says to expand the capacity to 750,000 gallons. That is not true. It will not have the membranes. It will not have the equipment to actually go to a full 750,000 gallons based on the documentation we've been provided. It would actually only go to 500,000 gallons. Now, this is also coupled with a contract that the company has entered into a second amended agreement with Flowers Plantation and the county. They have now agreed that the appropriate capacity fee to charge to customers going forward is the Johnson County rate for capacity, even though Aqua is going to be building its own capacity. So now there's a disconnect. The original contract says it should match the cost from the last expansion of the plant. Or if you're on the other side of the system, buying capacity, it should match capacity. Now we've got a mismatch. You're being paid CIC at the Johnson County rate, but you're incurring costs to build your own plant that far exceed $11 per gallon that is the current rate from Johnson County. I will also represent that the company has stated that Johnson County doesn't have the capacity to potentially buy from them. However, I talked to directly and have an email confirming from the utilities director of Johnson County that they have 2 million gallons of capacity available to first come, first serve at $11 per gallon plus transmission fees. So this is a problem. Like, you're not innovating. Even when you claim you're innovating and trying to reduce costs, you're not reducing costs to customers. Now, I would argue that you've predetermined that you are going to expand that News Colony wastewater treatment plant, even though the original contract even said there are sort of two options here. We can expand it as anticipated, or the county recognizes that 1.4 million gallons of capacity may be needed and could be sold to the company. I'm sorry that went a little long, but I think it's important to address this concept of innovation and reduction of costs to the benefit of customers.
And I believe you drove Ms. Sanford out of the room with it. I really want to try to distinguish here. I mean, what you're talking about with News Colony, are you recommending a disallowance or an unreasonableness adjustment for that situation?
So that is a project that is not yet in service. And so that's where we put this sort of reminder that all costs, once they become actual after September,
Right,
are subject of the next rate case in terms of reasonableness and prudency. But we've sort of set some warnings, because far too often before the commission, we end up in situations of, well, did you know they were working on this? And did you raise any concerns? The concerns are raised. It is in our testimony. And so if the company doesn't adjust and we find and recommend to the commission next rate case that those costs are unreasonable and imprudent, there can be no argument that, well, you didn't say anything, you knew this was going on. And so the warnings are sent, and we will continue to identify projects within this plan as we can evaluate them with more detail, because that's another roadblock. There are buckets in this thing. Budget markers, as the company refers to it, where they refused and could not identify the specific systems that those projects would impact. So if I can't identify the system, I can't properly evaluate what that benefit is and whether it is reasonable and prudent to incur that cost. So there are some costs in here that I can't identify those warnings yet, but as part of the annual review process, we would intend to start to send those warnings.
so, and, I think the company at least should appreciate having advance warning of the position public staff's likely to take. And so I encourage you to keep doing that. But in terms of this public interest factor of innovation, you're talking about making a imprudence adjustment for unreasonableness, and you have the right to make that argument in a future case for any of these projected projects and spends. But that seems to me to be different from saying the company isn't just innovating enough to find a way to keep customer rates down when, in fact, the equipment and services the company's buying are being driven up by inflation. I mean, isn't that different from imprudence when you say that the public interest here doesn't show enough innovation?
So you're parsing, I didn't say the recommendation was imprudence here.
Right. And
Correct.
so the examples you're giving are imprudence, and I'm trying to find out.
Potential, but
Okay, well, let me
it
ask this.
speaks to the reduced costs.
It- Does the public staff propose any specific cost-cutting innovations that the company should be undertaking?
So now we strike the balance of, are we managing the company or is the company managing the company? Because there are constant complaints when we try to make recommendations that the company claims go too far, that they need some autonomy. For example, the capital plan. So this is one piece of the puzzle that contributes to public staff's recommendation that the company's proposed WISP that we were dealing with when we filed testimony is not in the public interest.
So after seeing your testimony that there's not sufficient innovation to counter the effects of inflation and rising rates, the company filed, well, they sent the public staff, I'm going to strike that. I think the public staff sent the company a data request 123. And in question 5, you have asked about what innovations the company is alluding to in its testimony. And just let me go through the legal mechanics here.
I'm just turning to where you're referencing.
Thank you. We would ask that what's already been passed out as Aqua Cross-Examination Exhibit 1 for the public staff WISIP panel be identified as marked. And in your notebooks, this should be the first exhibit we've got.
And help me out, is that panel with the panel?
Yes, ma'am. It's the Aqua Cross Exhibit 1 for the public staff WISIP panel.
Right, I understand. The naming convention,
It's labeled on
Aqua
there.
Cross. It'll be identified as Aqua Cross exam, public staff with the panel. Aqua Cross Examination Exhibit number 1. Let me get it right.
And
Public staff with the panel, cross-examination exhibit 1.
I wish there was a way to say that with fewer words, but that's the label I came up with. So this was a data request that public staff sent to Aqua, right?
Correct. And I think,
There's a lot of parts here.
right, and this is the company's representation of what it feels is innovative. We wouldn't necessarily agree with the characterizations of some of these projects. For example, I already talked about the Noose Colony project.
Okay. So I also want to point out that part of this exhibit, cross exhibit, is confidential. I'm not asking any questions about the confidential pages, but just for the record to note that. And, we have extra copies if anyone in the back who is eligible for confidential exhibits needs a copy. Okay.
Mr. Drews?
Yes.
The confidential portion, is that pages 23, 24, 25?
Yes.
And is that intended to support item number 2 in terms of item 2A in terms of patient?
It is, and the confidential pages have numbers, and and that's why they're confidential. The description in part 2, I believe, is not confidential.
Yes, sir. And I would just like to represent that those confidential pages are an excerpt from what appears to be a larger document. And so there's a lot of missing context potentially there, that those pages are marked 4, 18, and I believe 18 again. Do you agree with, or do I understand that correctly?
My understanding is that these were the pages included in the response to the data request. If there's more pages or you have questions on the additional pages, we have a witness on the coming up on a rebuttal panel who can speak to that. I believe that would be Amanda Berger, and it might be somebody else. The company will be glad to answer questions about that.
When you say
I don't know.
from the data response, is that in reference to DR 66, or are you just saying generally those are the only pages that were provided in response to 123?
As far as I know, these are the pages that were provided in response to 123.
Okay. Were those pages provided in response to DR 66?
Well, I feel like I'm being cross-examined. And the answer is I don't know.
Okay, I'm just trying to better
I
understand.
don't have 66 in front of me.
What you handed us here in
But-
terms of a representation of that. This is the entirety of
Right.
the company's response to DR 123 on the rebuttal.
But the bottom line is the company disagrees on this innovation thing. They've listed quite a number of pages of projects they believe are beneficial to customers and do show innovation. And you may agree or disagree, but the company has responded on its innovation effort, right?
And I believe it actually has also responded in terms of its rebuttal testimony. So I think it's sort of strange to use this here, but again, I would represent that the public staff does not agree with that representation. For example, we have differing opinions on how to address PFAS, PFOA. And then AMR meters, clearly we have disagreement.
Mr. Junis, what page are you on,
Oh,
please?
I'm sorry. This is page 16 of 55 of the cross-examination exhibit. You're welcome. So it talks about innovative or effort to reduce expenses and capital costs tied to its leak notice program.
Mr. Jonas, are you answering a question now?
Yeah, he introduced this exhibit and claimed that the company has shown that there is innovation, and I'm addressing that.
But did he ask you a question? Or can you wait for your attorneys on
Okay.
redirect to assist you?
I apologize. Then did he make an assertion or testify that there was innovation?
He's asking questions. Your attorney can deal with him on
I'm
redirect.
sorry.
Okay, I think we've spent enough time on the innovation. And I'm going to skip over some questions here. It's not going to be enough to save Mr. DeSantis from another day, but okay, I want to there's been some discussion back and forth about the protections that may exist for consumers with the WISP. And you have just spoken to, costs go up a lot, or if they don't go up a lot, have the projected expenses and capital investments properly reflected what's ending up in rates. And you're aware there's the banding requirement or provision in the rule and the statute, right?
We are aware that there is the banding and that the company has proposed a plus 100 basis points and minus 100 basis points around an authorized ROE, while the public staff's position is plus 50, minus 50. And I believe it's been quantified in discovery by the company that 100 basis points is north of $2 million of additional revenue that could be collected by the company.
So we can go right to that. That's in the same cross-examination exhibit. That's question number 6. And I believe that would be page 27 of 55 in this cross-examination exhibit.
Was there a question there?
There is. I just wanted you to get there
Okay,
first.
sorry, we're there.
Okay. Sometimes it takes a while to flip through these. And there's actually nothing in that response that talks about $2 million you just mentioned, but it does say that the company's estimate of the value of a basis point, which was what we understood to be the question, was 1.7 cents per customer per month. Is that right?
So the response states at the bottom of page, is it still page 27? Assuming
Yes.
the amount is applied across 100,000 customers, the monthly impact for each basis point would be approximately $0.017 per customer, which yes, is 1.7 cents per customer on a monthly basis. That is correct.
So let's work with your recommendation of a band of 50 basis points. My math, which is open to always correction, is that would work out to 85 cents a month per customer on average.
Or roughly $10 a year.
Yeah, $10.20 a year. So, and any amount above that of over earnings would be refunded to customers through the excess credit mechanism, right?
That is correct, based on the public staff's proposal.
Okay, so yeah, on the flip side, if we've got a 50 basis point band at the lower end and the company's under earning more than that, they don't have a true up or a surcharge or any way of recouping that other than to think about whether it's worth applying for a new rate case, right?
That's correct, but that outcome is up to the company's management. I would argue good management would likely lead to a better outcome. And that is no different than the current regulatory dynamic in terms of under earn, you can file another rate case. So I wouldn't necessarily call that a protection to customers or characterize it as a protection to customers. It's more of a continuation of the status quo. But ultimately, I think the more sizable benefit is the company is allowed to earn above the authorized return.
So let's look at a factor here that could happen that's not within the control of management, which is just at least hypothetically, a dramatic change in the rate of inflation, or more particularly the prices the company has to pay for needed equipment and services. So if there's a really steep and unexpected rise during the WISP period, then the company's going to under earn based on the rates that were projected. Is that correct?
I think it has been the company's testimony and characterization and data responses, and also in the rulemaking process, that they would have the discretion to modify its plan. And so there is a scenario where they would end up spending approximately the same amount, but you would see deferred or canceled projects to still hit that relative spending amount.
That's only for emergencies, right? In the
No,
way
I'm
it's
talking
written in the
about their
rule.
plan in general. The company argued pretty vigorously that they should have the discretion to control and be able to modify this plan as it sees fit.
Are you talking about which projects they spend on, or the total amount of the spend that's in rates?
We're talking about the projects they spend, the amount in rates is already predetermined as part of the WISP. Correct? I mean, if the commission approves a WISP that says $50 million in rate year one is included in utility plant and service, that is now the number in prospective rates.
Right, and this isn't rocket science. I mean, if they've got a number for expenses and rates, and the company ends up having to pay a whole lot more than everything else being equal, they're going to under earn, right?
You just said all things being equal, but
That's right.
the company has discretion to modify its operations and capital spending, and has argued that so that they have the discretion, and the WISP does not restrict them, and the commission can't control whether they do or don't do a specific project.
Right. They in theory have the discretion to lay off a bunch of employees if they're under earning, or to not do certain projects to address water quality problems. That's not really much discretion they have. That's getting into service adequacy issues at a certain point, isn't it?
So yes, it would be, and that's a pretty gross example, but I think that actually emphasizes the importance of performance-based metrics, that there is accountability for safe, reliable service and improvement in service. This is clearly a mechanism that the company feels is there's a financial gain. Why would you lobby for it? Why would you apply for it if there wasn't? And I think that goes to the point of not all rate mechanisms are created because they already had the WISC and the SIC. They already had access to the CAM, but they hadn't gotten one approved. Ultimately, they chose to go with a WISP that prohibits the continued use, at least during the planned period, to utilize the WISC and the SIC and the CAM. And in fact, the WISC and SIC were materially modified as part of this legislation. Cap was raised from 5% to 7.5%, and the eligible projects were expanded, but the company chose not to utilize that. I think it is fair to represent that that's because they found the WISPs to be more effective.
You understand the commission's authority is what's delegated from the state legislature, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if the legislature decided this statute was in the public interest, I mean, it seems they wouldn't enact it if they didn't believe that. Then at that point, you know, that it's kind of hard to argue that this statute is unreasonable and the company ought to be denied a WISP because they might over recover by 50 basis points.
I didn't say the statute was unreasonable. Ultimately, it's the discretion of this commission to determine whether the proposed WISP or some modification of it is in the public interest and appropriate for approval.
Okay. Let me turn now to pages 13 and 14 in the panel testimony. And as I read that testimony, the assertion. No, I'm sorry. This is the panel's testimony. And as I understand it there, the public staff position is that it lacks confidence in the projected capital expenditures throughout the WISP period that are proposed by the company. And so the question here is, you cite a couple of examples. One is, I believe at the bottom of page 13, line 22, by way of example, it says, the company projects spending 46,000 some dollars each month for water main breaks, requiring immediate repair. And your concern here, your lack of confidence, is because the company provides no supporting documentation for the project's need or system location. So my question is, if you have a water main break, an unexpected break, and it needs an emergency repair, I mean, isn't the need self-evident?
So
You're asking for documentation of the need of that?
So I think you're mischaracterizing our investigation and what is happening in terms of our concern with these amounts. Number one, let's talk about how that number was determined. It's based on a 3-year average of their blanket costs, and then they take that 3-year average, that annual amount, it's allocated across monthly amounts. All right, so we've established that. This specific category of project, water main breaks, if you are also simultaneously expanding the amount of mains that you are replacing, so these are mains that you've targeted because they have main breaks, then I would expect that there would be a reduction in the blanket or emergency or unplanned for main break repairs because you are proactively spending additional capital to prevent those problems and to address them. We saw no matching adjustment to account for that. So it was a continuation of your current spending amount on the blankets, but then an increased expenditure to prevent those type of instances.
So you're saying that this is not needed because it should have been addressed through proactive planning for areas where you know you have old pipes?
This is a lack of confidence in the projected amount. I didn't say that some portion wasn't needed. It's a lack of confidence in how the company established those project line amounts and the amount of spend. Because again, that is a category that clearly you are spending more to prevent it, should be a lower amount ongoing. Or else the project isn't, how did it benefit customers? If there's not some matching here, because you should be reducing expenses and preventing future breaks.
And how do you know the company is spending more to prevent line breaks under the WISP than it historically had done over a comparable period of time?
So the company's spending has increased. That's also a category of project that falls under the WISC. And that's an initiative that they stated that they're trying to address.
So there's what, 700 some different systems for Aqua in North Carolina?
Yes, over 700 water systems.
Okay. And you also talk about the lack of supporting documentation for the system location where there are water main breaks that require immediate repair. If a water main breaks, and requires immediate repair, how do you know in advance where that's going to occur and get in there? I mean, these things are underground, right?
So this gets into how did you develop the number? So if you have an average that is based on certain systems repeatedly having breaks, and then you also have a project to implement replacement of those mains, then we could have made a specific adjustment here. But the company wasn't providing that information.
Are there sometimes breaks that occur where it might not have been predicted by prior breaks in that location?
Yes, that happens. Again, we're not saying the entire amount. It's a lack of confidence, and this is one example that you're highlighting.
What amount would you put in here instead of the 46,000 a month? What would be reasonable from your point of view?
So we actually did include this in our costs, but it was an area of concern and contributed to why we recommended that the WISP be denied. So there's two paths here. There is the denial of the WISP, or there is the approval with the public staff's adjustments. Any costs above what the public staff has recommended, we do not have confidence in and have major concerns with the company getting prospective recovery.
All right, Mr. Drews, I'm going to stop you right there. We're going to take a little break and come back on the record at 3:20. Order. Mr. Drews?
Mr. Junis, we were at pages 13 and 14 of your panel testimony. And we were talking about the public staff position lacking confidence in the capital expenditures, and you gave the example of water main breaks. You have another example in there of $53,889 per month to repair or replace failure or broken assets. And is that $53,000 figure based on a recent historical average that the company has experienced, if you know?
My understanding that that is another bucket that is a blanket averaging.
Okay. I'm going to venture into something I didn't work on and don't know real well. Did Carolina Water Service use any blanket averaging for its WISIT plan?
Oh, boy. You know, there's only so much room in this head, and I've tried to forget that case, but yes, there were. So they had two
Okay.
categories. There was the GL spend and then the capital improvement or capital investment plan.
Okay, and so for this 53,000 some dollars to repair or replace failure or broken assets, your concern is lack of documentation to show the project details and where the system is located that broken asset may occur in advance?
So again, this ties to not only how did you come up with the number, and then how is their confidence that that is going to be the number going forward? And you've hit on, you know, a couple of examples. I wouldn't, in terms of weighting of our testimony, this would probably not be the highest weighted item in terms of our concerns.
Okay. Then we don't need to spend a whole lot longer on this, but I got another couple of questions. Down pages, same page 14, lines 11 through 14. And those lines, as I read it, says there's millions of dollars that customers will be forced to pay without any of the backup documentation that traditionally supports rate recovery of a capital project. Well, the traditional support, the traditional documentation support relates to 62-133 rate case where you're working with a historical test year, right?
So
And WISIP is different, right?
yes, that's right. But also there was concern in terms of cost estimates and building up these costs. Very few projects did the company provide an itemized cost estimate of this is how we got to the amount. So that partially speaks to that, because normally when we're doing our reasonableness and prudency analysis, we're looking at the planning process, the approval process, and then ultimately the management and expenditure of funds, and then whether it's in service and providing a benefit to customers. So there is sort of an incremental process there that we're not even seeing the front end for some of these costs of where's the itemized cost estimate, so we understand how you built up that number that's being prospectively recovered from customers.
Right, but the examples you give here in your testimony about lack of confidence aren't itemized individuals. These are about blankets where there's a lot of relatively small expenditures, and the company has told you it got to that number by using a historical average, right?
Correct. And
Okay.
we had talked about some of our concerns with that historical average of, are there other things that should have or could have been considered?
Now, regarding documentation, as I look at Rule R117A, that requires the utility to file a status report on its capital projects every 3 months throughout the WISIT plan period, doesn't it?
Do you mind?
Subpart J.
Yeah, I'm just trying to just turn to that page of the,
And if you're turning there, I probably should pull out my copy. I mean, you remember there's quarterly reports required.
yeah, I actually talked about them before. Yeah,
Yeah,
I got it here.
Yeah. And there's a lot of detail listed in that subpart J, isn't there?
Yeah, that's something that the public staff advocated for pretty vigorously.
So this statute really reflects input from more than just the utilities, right? Or is
Well,
that the rulemaking?
This is the rulemaking.
Okay, the
Yeah,
rulemaking reflects input from the public staff to protect consumer interest.
Right, so that's
Okay.
the commission's implementation of the statute, which was required.
Right. So, I mean, the point is, when you're concerned about documentation, there's going to have to be updates every 3 months on these capital project spends, isn't there?
Right, and we continue to have concerns about documentation because of the company's issues with actually providing reporting and documentation of costs incurred. For example, we were just talking about the panel testimony on page 14. If you continue on to line 17 through 22, that's where we reference about the amount that the company gave us. Company said, we spent $12 million during the first 8 months of 2022 for in-service projects. I mean, so we used the information that the company provided, and now they rebut the information that they provided. And that response was provided on November 22nd. I mean, that is as late in the process as we were taking in information, with the exception of, I think it was the response to DR 115, which was November 25th. I mean, that's right before Thanksgiving, and we're incorporating that into our testimony to try to give the company every opportunity to provide the documentation and meet its burden of proof.
And the company had repeatedly told you during the discovery period that because of the transition issues with SAP, there were projects physically in the ground and completed that they hadn't yet unitized, and they were working on catching that up, right?
Actually, that was in the public staff's conversation with the company that we started on in October, and the company didn't come forth with that information. It was after we dug for that information.
Okay, and so you were told that after you asked?
On numerous occasions, after numerous conversations related to it, yes, it was finally provided.
I would just like to add that the company represented that it deferred its capitalizations and had started the true-up process, and represents that that true-up process had been done at that point, or at least portions of it. And so again, this information was provided on November 22nd. That's after the company's latest update that was unprompted and was not agreed to as part of the procedural process in this case. So that was the opportunity. There's no caveat in that data response that we are still not including the capital projects that we had deferred unitization. We base our engineering review on in-service date. So if it was in service, it should have been in there, especially if they had already done the catch-up for a number of those capital projects. You can't rebut your own number when we gave you the opportunity to update it, and it should have been accurate. This speaks to the competency of the information that is being provided to the public staff. That's why we also have concerns with any attempt to further update the case.
And the post staff was provided updated information through several series of responses to data requests 5 and 6, wasn't it?
5 and 6, and specifically, I can speak to 6, accounting more utilized DR5. 6 was an attempt to start the process of, can they report? Can you track projects? That is different from DR 107, that specifically was a follow-up on what was your plant in service for the period of January through August of 2022. There are discrete questions that are used for different purposes. Just the same as DR 67 and 77 were utilized for plant additions through the test year. That's how engineering reviews those capital projects, and then we pass recommendations to accounting.
Okay, so getting back to the documentation quote here in the middle of page 14 that I asked you about, and we talked about the quarterly updates that the company will be required to provide, and that I'm sure the public staff will review thoroughly. And if you think are incomplete, you will probably express that opinion in a filing with the commission, won't you?
That calls for a lot of speculation, assuming that the commission approves a WISP in the first place. But
Right.
if we get to that process, I think you would receive feedback on our review of those filings.
We anticipate that. Really, in addition to the reporting, isn't there a provision in the WISP statute that says the commission may modify or terminate the WISP at any time for good cause?
So do you mind referencing me to the subsection? Because I do recall that language, but I don't think that was the entirety of it.
Subsection F.
So it says, at any time for good cause shown and after an opportunity for hearing, commission may modify or terminate an approved water and sewer investment plan if modification or termination is determined to be in the public interest. I assume that mechanism is functioning the way the company wants. They would fight pretty hard in that hearing opportunity to suggest that it not be modified or terminated.
And there would be another position from the other side of the room, wouldn't there?
Depending on the circumstances, we're speculating there is this this clause or mechanism within the statute.
So let's flip to pages 20 and 21 of your panel testimony. Is it the public staff position that in the present case, none of the SIP project costs are for used and useful software and equipment and so on?
So the public staff has removed the entirety of the SIP and SAP costs. And again, that goes into my understanding of Reg Asset. Ms. Boswell can address that further in terms of accounting treatment.
I think we've covered the accounting treatment already. So I asked about the used and useful test, and you're indicating the public staff position is not used and useful. Let me ask about the reasonableness test. Is this public staff in this proceeding saying that any of the SIP or SAP costs are imprudent?
Correct. We have, it's referenced multiple times in our testimony, and the company asked for clarification on this position in DR4 question 2 to the public staff.
And for the record, can you tell us what you said there?
I mean, the answer is yes, but do you want me to expand on that?
I mean, how much was your prudence disallowance for SAP, SIP?
I want to say it was in the neighborhood of 10 million total, but I don't have it.
Ballpark, subject to check.
Yeah, I can flip to it, but let's say
That's all
five.
right. Yeah. Great idea. Pages 25 to 36. We're going to cover a big chunk here. This is the management audit recommendation. And those first couple pages, the public staff raises a concern about how long it has taken Aqua to close on its capital projects with the SAP. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you have a chart there showing the 2021 closing times compared to the 2022.
Correct.
And under the rule for the annual report and the quarterly reports, the company is obligated to file those reports 45 days after the closing time, right?
Correct. And I'm familiar with the company's rebuttal that they claim that we've essentially rebutted ourselves, but this is accounting close. This isn't when they can potentially report on that information. That's when they close their books.
And when you look at that 2022 column in your table on page 26, it looks like as they've transitioned to SAP, the time it is taking them to close has gotten less and less steadily over the months. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, now obviously, when you're looking at some of those last months, you're still at least double and some months triple in terms of the length of that closure process.
Sure, compared to 2021.
Right.
But the concern, as I understood it from your testimony, is about whether the company be able to even meet the reporting requirements of the rule, and those are 45 days. It takes them 20 to close. That gives them another 25 days to file a report with the commission, and you're thinking that's undoable?
I think there's a concern there.
Okay. I'm got my order a little mixed up. I want to ask about another reason for the management audit, which is a reference to the Northgate water system.
Yes. Do you mind what page you're on?
I need to find that because I wrote it down wrong. Okay, 20, I have some help here. It's page 29. You talk about the company, page 29 at line 14, it starts and it says the company conveyed its Northgate water system to the town of Fuquay, Varina. Did the company actually convey its system? Is that accurate, or did Fuquay, Varina replace the system with its own pipes?
So this is an issue of the reporting that the company is required to do actually tipped us off of what was happening and how this project was developing. So those bi-monthly NOD reports, that's where we actually noticed that the company had progressed more than we were aware of. But ultimately, when we said conveyed, it was our understanding of the data responses we had at the time, because the company had actually removed those assets from its utility plant and service. And so it was our interpretation of that then they had conveyed those assets as anticipated and contemplated within the agreement with the parties, that they would sell that. But having read the rebuttal testimony, it's my understanding the company has stated that because it has not actually received approval, and that is a contingency within that agreement, they have not officially conveyed those assets to the purchaser.
Do you know, and there may be some conveyance at a future date of the collection, of the supply system of Aqua to the town, but do you know if the town has actually not only provided its own source of water, but also replaced the water lines right up to the customer's meters?
So I'm not privy to the exact details. I am aware that they have done some decommissioning work. Again, some of this information is coming from a reporting requirement.
That's okay. If you don't know,
Yes.
that's fine. This was all prompted, and this is a question, by industrial chemical contamination getting into the water supply, wasn't it?
Yes, there were complications here. There was, in my understanding, some form of filtration in place, and then there was additional filtration contemplated. But at that point, the owner of that property had reached out to the company to basically address a liability.
And would you agree that given that kind of contamination issue, this was something that the company really needed to act on and try to find a solution such as the town providing the water?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree, I hope at this point, that Aqua had actually filed an application to transfer this to owner exempt October 6th of 2021 in docket W-218 sub 551.
Right, and again, we filed the corrected page before the company filed rebuttal that addressed that, but the company
Okay.
seemed to ignore that in their rebuttal testimony.
Would you agree that in that docket, it's appropriate to have a resolution and an order on the transfer as soon as possible?
Yes, now the ball was in the company's court. We had in principle agreed to terms of that transfer with the idea that that would be memorialized and filed with the commission. And basically, we stopped receiving communication from the company regarding that.
But the company has filed an application for it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Pages 30 and 31. I believe that those pages you're talking about staffing levels being a concern that would contribute to your recommendation of a management audit. Is that right?
Yes, and I don't know if accounting has anything to add to that.
That's specifically related to, on several occasions, we reached out to the company for clarification or for discussions on items. And we were told that somebody was either out of the office or on vacation, what have you, and that those needed to be delayed until that specific person came back in, which therefore delays our audit. And we have concerns over the fact if only one person knows that information, that's just dangerous on a corporate level. You never want just one person having the information.
And I would just add that, Ms. Bernard is, from our understanding, is doing the best she can, and we have always had good interactions when working with her. So this was not in any way a attempt to say anything bad about her. She's a great employee.
Yeah, and when I read your testimony about staffing levels, the takeaway for me was you had this one example which involved Tammy Bernard going on vacation for a week. And so looking into that example, it's my understanding, and I want to see if you have the same understanding, that the company, through its attorney, in-house attorney, notified the public staff a week in advance of Ms. Bernard going on vacation, and the company asked if you had any data requests that related to her area, if you could get them to the company before she went on vacation.
And the public staff was in receipt of that, and the public staff worked towards getting any data requests to her. However, when we were reviewing responses that came in immediately prior and during her departure, the need to reach out to get clarification on what some of those items were was the issue at point.
And you think a management audit is in order because of that?
I think in part, yes, there should be a duplicity in areas such as plant and service, such that more than one person can relay information to government bodies, banks, what have you.
And it's our understanding that that also contributed to delay in some responses. And in terms of the company's transition, for example, converting the entire 9,000 line item, item 28, which was their capital plan, to SAP. It's my understanding she had to do substantial work to implement that.
So this is maybe more on the accounting side, but Mr. Jones, you're welcome to chime in if you want. The question is, earlier we talked about there are 20 vacant positions at Aqua, and the public staff isn't funding those for salaries, and now here you're saying a management audit because they don't have enough staff?
It's not a matter of having enough staff. It's a matter of having cross-trained staff. You have other individuals on your accounting staff that should, at this point, be able to speak to plant service.
And they might be 100% full with other duties and don't have time for that.
They may not, but you all chose when you filed the rate case.
And if the company stayed out another year or two or three, staffed up, where do you think their earnings would be, given that they're already well below the authorized level?
That's speculative, and it would be based off where the company's earnings would end up would be based on management decisions.
It'd also be based on how much plant they were investing for the benefit of customers and not getting into rate base, wouldn't it?
Well, it's in rate base. It's just not,
Not in rates, right?
it's deemed to be recovered until such time that you come in for a rate case.
And Mr. Drews,
Okay.
I would just like to add, you are talking to a state agency that has no control over its workload and is working far beyond 100% of its capacity. I can speak definitely for myself and Ms. Boswell that we were investing 80, 90-hour weeks to put together this case and the Carolina Water case. So you're not going to get a lot of sympathy about workload.
Well, I certainly would agree that the public staff has been under enormous pressure and put in far more hours than are likely to be seen at any other state agency I know. I do wonder though, if you're trying to ding the company for not having sufficient staffing to give you answers on your schedule, why you're limiting their salary expense at the same time.
Once again, it's not a matter of the number of personnel, it's a matter of who is available. And just like in my staff, am and have cross-trained others so that if I don't show up one day, the work still continues. So if and I haven't, take a vacation day, that the work doesn't stop.
Yeah, if you don't show up one day, Mr. Ayers is going to have a fit, isn't he?
Depends on the reason.
Now, page 37 of your panel testimony, you talk about the public staff has concerns with the company's rate years, and particularly starting rate year one on January 1st, 2023. Is that right? All right. I think you suggested it should have been started on May 1st, 2023. That would be about line 14.
Yeah, so in sort of matching with the rule and trying to balance how you implement this and give everybody proper time, the company has chosen a rate year that is beginning and has already technically begun. Rate year one technically began on January 1. We haven't even finished the case. And so that calls into question, and we recommend they not be allowed to utilize the MF to make up for that because they chose that time period, which is part of the time crunch here. You would be looking at just a different time period changes the analysis and ability to process that.
So when I read the rule and added up the days, it appeared to me that a May 1st start would be non-compliant with the rule. And, as I read the rule, you had to be April 1st or earlier. We don't need to go into that here, but I do want to follow up on, unless you have a correction to make on your May 1st recommendation.
Not with the level of detail that you just described, the
Okay.
disagreement. However, I would still say that's still a material difference, even if the date was April 1st.
Sure. So the EMF, I mean, the rule has that mechanism to allow the company to recoup rates if the rate year started earlier than the commission's order. Is that correct? It's discretionary with the commission.
Correct. It says may establish.
Right. So let's talk about what happens if, say hypothetically, an order comes out in April of 2023, and the company's been adding plant and not getting recovered and had expenses and that have increased from the last rate case, and they haven't yet been rolled into rates because there's no EMF, then basically that would require the company to not, it would mean they were denied recovery of the first few months of those increased expenses for 2023, right? Reasonable expenses as determined by the commission.
So I think you maybe mischaracterized disallow recovery, and ultimately the company has truly emphasized the protections of the earnings band, and so we would see that in the earnings test, I guess.
So they might have some under earnings during that period.
We'll see.
Okay. This is page 55. And this is actually, I just want some clarification on what's going on here. Starting around line 11, it says, however, the company did not project the collection of additional CIAC in the rate years. The public staff recommends removal of estimated capital investment totaling $241,000 for the first 8 months of 2022 and $1.2 million during the rate years. And that's related to the new meter and service line cost?
Correct. So within the 9,000 line items, there are specific projects identified for the installation of new meters and new service lines for new customers. That is typically a cost that it would be offset by contributions in aid of construction because they're new customers. You have meter installation fees, you would likely have connection fees. And so that's why we have the actuals true up for the first 8 months of 2022, and then the rest of the amounts from September of 2022 through 2025.
So you're recommending that 100% of those costs be removed or some lesser percentage to reflect CIAC?
So we have removed the entirety because the company has included zero projection in its application of CIAC.
So they went zero, you went 100%.
Well, I don't understand that
Removal.
actually.
Okay.
I
mean,
think the CIAC is a reduction of rate base, so he's saying remove the plan because you're supposed to have a corresponding CIAC to net it against, so you did not project that CIAC in, and also typically the new meter, like the tap fee, usually contribute by the developer. So if you have the CIAC projected combined with your new meter, basically they net each other out to reduction to the rate base.
So your position is that 100% of the cost of new meters and service lines should be offset by CIAC?
Correct. We
Okay,
made the
I understand
adjustment to
now.
remove these costs that we feel should be offset by CIAC.
Okay, thank you. I want to turn to page 75.
I would just like to clarify because I still have a little confusion about the representation there. I mean, we're familiar with the rebuttal testimony here where the company has created an average of certain CIAC categories. But what isn't clear is how did you determine this amount of new services and new customer services costs, and how does that actually match then your projection of CIAC? So are we talking about this adding the same number of customers? We've seen no documentation regarding that.
And that would be a good question for the company's rebuttal panel, wouldn't it?
Sure. I mean, I'm not.
I mean, you're not asking.
I don't get to ask questions.
Yeah, you're not asking me for the answer, I hope.
No, I was just clarifying because I
Okay.
think that's what you're getting at in terms of CIAC and matching of the new services.
Okay, Page 75, and Mr. Hinton, I think you were probably feeling ignored, and so this is your chance to shine. There's a map there, right?
Correct.
What's that map reflect or represent?
It was a map provided me from Ms. Dorr with RRA, with S&P, and it represents different regulatory mechanisms across the country
Okay.
with relate to water utilities.
And some have fully forecasted test years, and some have infrastructure riders, and others do not. Is that right?
Yes.
That's what it shows. All right, so what's the date of that map? My understanding is February 2021. Does that sound right?
That's correct.
Okay. So are there states such as Washington State where there have become new mechanisms since this map was published?
Yes, I think that's for the electric. I'm not sure. I can't recall if it's for the water. It is for the electric.
Okay, so this isn't necessarily updated.
No, it's probably as of February 10th, 2021.
Okay. Now, regarding a multi-year rate plan, did any of those jurisdictions on the map that had something similar, did they lower the return on equity as a result of the implementation of multi-year rate plans in those states?
I didn't do that exhaustive of survey.
Okay, so you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. What about for infrastructure riders? Did they lower ROE as a result of that in any of those states? If you know.
I do not know.
Okay.
I did contact New York, and they did not lower anything with that. Yeah, I will confess to that.
And
and I don't believe Pennsylvania has either.
So North Carolina has some infrastructure riders, right?
Correct.
Was it? And,
Yeah.
various
Yes,
others.
those two are the ones for the water utilities.
And was that used to adjust ROE downward as a risk reduction?
It was a consideration, but it was not explicitly reducing the risk.
Was it explicitly in any commission order?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Turning to page 80, which is good news for everyone. You have a conclusion there, the panel does, regarding the WISIP, and I think part one of your position is to deny it, and part two is if there is a WISIP multi-year plan approved, that you recommend under your adjustments that this would meet the statutory requirements. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So does that mean your earlier concerns about heightened uncertainty can be disregarded as long as the commission accepts your numbers?
I don't necessarily think disregarded would be appropriate characterization. However, I think the public staff would be satisfied with an outcome if the commission adopted in its entirety the public staff's WISP and ROE.
I mean, again, the inflation issue goes to our uneasiness with the projections for O&M expenses. I mean, the public staff, I understand, has accepted those projections. That doesn't mean that we're completely at ease with those projections.
So, and the company's growth for inflation, I mean, their compound annual growth rate is 3%, right?
My understanding, yes.
That's a heck of a lot below current inflation rates, isn't it?
Again, as I noted in discussion earlier, the last 5 months, inflation rate's been down to 2.5%. There's also an exhibit in my testimony that shows how wrong inflation forecasts have been.
That 2.5% is not an annualized number, is it?
You're correct. And I will agree that 2.5% is considerably lower than the current annual rate, which is above 7%.
Thank you. And so how far would the inflation rate, the annualized inflation rate, have to drop before this meant Aqua would be over-earning based on the expenses that are approved in the WISIP rates.
Well, I'm assuming you're saying that if the expenses would have to fall below 3% inflation rate, I mean, escalation rate. But when you say over earning, I mean, you did caveat to just inflation, but there's also customer growth. And growth may be greater than expected, and that would add to the earnings of the company.
And I will add, that's very subjective because once again, management has full control over the expenses that it does incur. And so that may or may not have anything to do with the inflation whatsoever. So you can't just look at one piece of that pie and determine that if not for inflation, this is what our cost would be over 3 years.
The control management has over expenses and costs. That is fairly limited control, isn't it?
No,
It's unlimited.
you have full control over who you choose to purchase things, when it is you choose to purchase things, how much you choose to pay people, what benefits it is you offer them.
There's a regulatory compact to keep providing adequate service to customers, isn't there?
There is, but you still have full control over when it is that you choose to purchase, when it is you choose to buy. There's always going to be the exception of an item for which it's unforeseen, but on the large scale of O&M, the company has full control over those expenses, as any company does, regulated or not.
If it's exceeding MCLs, then it better not wait too long to put in the remedy in the form of a filter, should it?
That speaks to the prioritization that the company wants to be able to control its capital plan. So
I've heard a lot of concern from this panel about the potential for the company to over-earn, and maybe they shouldn't get a WISP because they might over-earn, notwithstanding the banding. Do you have any concern about the impact on customer service if a lot of actual reasonable costs have been expended, but they've been not included in rates for the WISIP period? Any impact on customers there?
will you repeat the question?
Right. So if you reduce the amount of capital, which you have in your recommendation by a significant amount, and the company really has to spend that much to provide adequate service, then basically they're in the position of having spent money, they're not recovering all of it in rates. And at that point, they're kind of pushed into an under-earning situation quite potentially.
I mean, that's a lot of assumptions. I mean, this is
It is.
prospective cost recovery. It's a projection. I mean, had the commission accepted their original application, the company had represented that they were going to spend $66 million in 2022, and they've spent 47. So there is some level of uncertainty in their capital projections and how much they spend, but ultimately they decide how much they spend and on what projects.
And what we're talking about today is not the 66, we're talking about the 47, right? That's where the company is currently.
That's the actuals that they claim as of November 30th that has not been audited by the public staff.
That's the actuals as of November 30th, plus a projection for December, right?
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Plus a projection. I will accept that subject.
Okay.
Sure.
Thanks. That's all my questions.
Redirect.
All right. So Mr. Drews asked the panel what they thought about the level of severity of the problems the company encountered related to the conversion to SAP. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I would like you to please turn to Boswell, Hinton, Junis, Soon, and Young proposed redirect exhibit. And actually, you can pull up number 2 at the same time. Try to keep this moving along as quickly as possible.
We've got it.
Just gonna give the commission a chance. Company. So this should be behind the, either say WISP panel or the name of the witnesses.
I have a copy here.
We're gonna go with the copy. We can share.
I can hand it to the right person to answer the question.
So this is a document that's page 1 of 18.
Correct. And then also the next, should be the next one in order, which is page 1 of 4.
All right.
And I just want to note that I'm probably not going to use all of these. You want me to try to, if I skip around, keep it consecutive numbers?
Yes, if you're not going to use them all, let's keep them consecutive.
All right, so I would request that these be identified as Boswell, Hinton, Junis, Soon, and Zhang, redirect exhibits 1 and 2 respectively.
All right, they will be so marked.
Thank you. All right, and could you tell us just briefly what these 2 exhibits are?
Sorry. And
Anyone?
we're talking about, this is Aqua's data request of the public staff.
Correct. Aqua data request number 4.
Correct. And this is the response to question 1.
Yes. And so, am I correct that that question discusses issues that the company, I'm sorry, so the question that was asked refers to the public staff's rebuttal or direct testimony rather, says that that for much of the discovery period, the company indicated it was unable to update an itemized spreadsheet that detailed the projects to be completed through 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct. So this response, public staff was tasked with providing its communications from Aqua that indicated such. And so we have provided a narrative timeline of those communications, and then copies of those communications are on page 4 through 18 of the document.
Okay, and the second exhibit, am I correct that that is public staff's data request number 123? And it asks about the company's rebuttal testimony, describing some, I guess, issues that the company encountered related to its utility plant service.
Correct. So this is on exhibit 2, page 2. It actually describes that this is their utility plant and service additions where they discovered the issue in early June of 2022 prior to filing their rate case. And then it goes on to describe the issues with capitalization, of how they deferred those capitalizations. The deferral ended in August and the catch-up period began in September.
And then the second page, I'm sorry, the third and fourth page of this exhibit 2 discusses some issues the company encountered with recurring blanket closings. Is that
Correct. So this is where they identified the issue starting in January of 2022 with closures of blanket capital items.
All right. Mr. Drews asked whether the public staff thought that the issues encountered with SAP were severe. Based on the information in these data request responses, would you characterize those problems as severe?
Yes, I would. I mean, the blanket items, they even referred to, they deferred those starting in January, deferred them until October, and the volume, due to extreme volume of 4,500 blanket items, unionization and retirements to process. So that's a significant delay in their accounting record keeping.
All right. I'd like to turn now to a question Mr. Drews asked the panel about how it finds heightened uncertainty. I would like you please to turn to what has been pre-marked Boswell, Hinton, Junis, Sun, and Zhang proposed redirect exhibit number 10. This is Aqua's data request on the public staff. It's data request number 3.
All right, this will be marked Boswell, Hinton, Juna, Soon, and John. Public staff redirect exhibit 3. Thank you.
All right, and just to clarify, this is the public staff's response to data request 3 from Aqua, specifically question 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the question asks the public staff to answer some questions about its testimony that the WISP is occurring during a period of heightened uncertainty. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And the panel contributed to this response, which I think just adds additional clarity to our testimony.
Let's move on then to Mr. Drew's questions about innovation. So Mr. Drews at this point introduced the company's cross exhibit number 1. Get that in front of you. All right, so on page 16 of that exhibit, this is the company's response to, sorry, no, this is public's.
Yeah, no, it's the, if you don't mind,
Okay.
it is the company's response to data request 123, which
Okay.
was on their rebuttal testimony.
They all look the same. So starting on page 16, there's a discussion of what the company asserts was its innovation. And on, correct?
Yes.
And on the next page, page 17 of 55, item number 3 discusses the news colony expansion innovation.
Yes, that's correct. And that's what I addressed earlier in terms of they've characterized it as an innovation and cost savings, but I think our initial analysis still has concerns about that plan moving forward.
So I would like you please to turn to Hinton, Junis, Sun, Soon, and Zhang, proposed redirect exhibits 5, 6, 7. So those are public staff data requests number 114, response to question 5, response to question 1, and an email from Chandra Farmer to Mr. Junis dated November 28th. Those.
Yes, I do.
All right, help me out here. This is going to be identified as Boswell, Hinton, Junis, Soon, and Zhang. If I left the name out a minute ago, I did not intend to. Public staff redirect exhibit number 4. But what is,
Yeah, so it's actually 3 separate exhibits. So that's,
Correct. So what is,
For-
help me with the second one here?
yeah, the second one was pre-marked as number 6. It is the response to data request 114, question 1.
Question, okay. The first one's question 5. So this is Boswell Hinton Jr. Soon and John Public Staff Redirect Exhibit number 5, correct?
Correct.
And the email is Boswell Hinton Jr. Soon and John Public Staff Redirect Exhibit number 6.
Correct. Thank you. All right. So can you just briefly describe what these exhibits are?
So yes, these are data requests. So Exhibit 4 is a data request regarding the Noose Colony plan and where the company represents that the county did not have capacity to purchase or does not have capacity to purchase. And we had also asked a question about the expansion of the plants, and they represent that counties honored that 2002 agreement and have bought all the pond capacity, plan to expand their wastewater treatment.
All right.
All right, Mr. Jonas, don't let your voice trail off at the
Oh, I'm
end.
sorry. I'm sorry. So that's, Exhibit 4 is the company's responses to our data requests, just to make abundantly clear.
And do you believe that these exhibits bear out the company's assertion that it showed innovation in the flowers plantation?
I would represent that it does not represent that they innovated.
Yes,
I
and
thought I
why
understood your
is
question
that?
correctly.
Yes.
And that's because they basically ignored an option and represented that it wasn't an option despite the facts suggesting otherwise. That the county has represented that they have 2 million gallons of capacity available for purchase from the first come, first serve. And we're actually aware, I mean, Carolina Water just filed a contiguous extension of Winston Point that they are contemplating and are buying additional capacity from Johnson County.
All right, let's move on. So Mr. Jews asked the panel if it's the public staff's position that the SIP costs are unreasonable and imprudent. You recall that?
Yes.
All right, I would like you now to turn to what's been pre-marked as Boswell, Hinton, Junis, Sun, and Zhang, proposed redirect exhibit number 11.
I have it. It's the very last page of that packet.
And this is Aqua data request number 4, or the response to that data request. Is that correct?
Correct. It's the public staff's response to the company's data request.
And this will be identified as Boswell Hinton Jr. Soon and Zhang Public Staff Redirect Exhibit number 7.
Thank you. And so, am I correct that this response from the public staff explains why the public staff believes that that transition was imprudent?
Correct. So it points to the appropriate testimony and then expands on that further by addressing or responding to the company's questions.
All right. You were asked about the panel's concerns about staffing levels at Aqua. And I believe Mr. Drew suggested that maybe the only example that had been provided of problems with staffing levels was Ms. Bernard's absence for vacation for a week. Am I correct that there were other examples of Aqua staff being gone that caused delays or problems with the investigation?
Yes.
Can you provide some examples? I mean,
In terms of being gone or in terms of responsiveness due to staffing levels. So I think there's a delineation there that because of staffing levels and their reliance on certain people in certain roles, that created bottlenecks for discovery. So if we ask data requests on a certain topic, or multiple data requests on a certain topic, that would lead to delays.
were there also instances when the company asked for extensions because the person responsible for answering the question was absent?
Yes, and it was actually quite troubling in many situations because we'd asked the question, 2 weeks had passed, and then they said, oh, by the way, this person's not available to answer that question. Well, were they available during the time leading up to that? Or had you just not reviewed the question and didn't get to it until they were not available?
And just briefly, what kind of impact does that have on the public staff's investigation?
So I would love if the accountants add to this, but it's an iterative process, you know, sort of peeling back the onion, big picture application down into costs. And so if you have a delay at one point in the process, that delays then the further progress on those certain issues. Prime example is plant and service. We're looking at what were those projects completed in a certain period of time, very high level, project specific, and then we're drilling down from those individual or that list of projects, what are the detailed transaction listings for those projects? Then we're sampling invoices. We can't sample until we have the project cost, so it's very iterative.
I agree with Mr. Junis. We're under a time constraint, as everybody in this room is aware of, with this filing and these dockets. And so when the expectation is 10 days from the date that you've written the data request, that you'll have some kind of response, we try to plan around that in as much as we can, our workloads and whatnot. And when that response doesn't come in or comes in incomplete or not fully responsive, we have to rewrite another data request asking for the same information again, and B, it just delays all of the work. Everything builds upon everything within the confines of data requests. So you ask the first data request just to get the beginning information. There's normally sampling data requests. We review the invoices from all of those, both on plant and O&M expenses, and then try to schedule communications with the company on any questions that we may have based off of the information they provided. And so when any of those things are delayed, it delays everything that comes after that.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, but I want to give my colleagues an opportunity.
So I have a couple of questions. The first and most of them relate to ROE banding and the adjustments to ROE related to the other mechanisms that were shown in Mr. Hinton's map that he included in his testimony. So the first question that I have relates to the banding. The bands do our bands include a lockout provision?
When you say lockout provision,
I apologize, I'm using jargon. When I say lockout provision, I mean, is there a prohibition that the company is sort of, it's a take it or leave it kind of thing? Or do they have the ability to come in if their earnings fall below that band?
right, there's not a lockout provision. If you're operating within the band, you can't file a rate case, but if you fall below, then you can come in for a rate case.
And so arguably a tighter band allows the company presumably to come in sooner if they are under earning.
Yes, it offers a little more protection against under-earning, yes.
Okay.
And it offers protection, obviously, about protecting the customer from over-earning.
So it's not a one-sided situation.
No, it just tightens the process.
Okay.
We think that's appropriate because we're more concerned about over-earning for customers.
Thank you. And then my next question, in a similar vein, Mr. Drews was asking us to things related to infrastructure improvement mechanisms, as well as the fully forecasted test year in in the map, are those the same thing? Are they equivalents, or how are they different? And this might be a question that Mr. Eunice can field, but I'm coming back to you, Mr. Hinton.
Yeah, so fully forecasted, California clearly is one of the states. Well, thank you. California has one of the states, and that's different than just the WISC. WISC is, again, just looking at large capital infrastructure investments, whereas a fully forecasted test year is more like the multi-year plan, where it's forecasting both operation costs of services as well as capital investments.
Right, I would just add that a WISC or SIC or an infrastructure surcharge typically has limited eligibility, while a WISP or multi-year is much more expansive. It's more of almost the entire picture of the company's operations. And so no two mechanisms are the same or have the same amount of impact.
And I would add that the inflation protection that is inherent in a WISC, and, again, I've said this before, that the traditional regulation does not protect a company from inflation. It is a real problem for utilities. And that's what during high inflation times, we have a lot of rate cases. I can attest that because I was here in the 80s. But this process here will provide some additional level of comfort or cushion, because they're able to predict future inflationary pressures on their cost of service and capital expansion plans.
And at the end of the day, if inflation does go wild and what they have is in their cost of service is not sufficient, they do this goes back to the ban, they do maintain the option of they can come back in. So if a WISP is in place and the projections, they're not right, there's no prohibition on them coming back because of that, that mismatch in what's reflected and captured in the band and what actually happens.
Correct.
Right. If they under-earn, they can come in and it doesn't matter what caused that under necessarily. So, for example, if consumption goes down significantly, so their revenues go down significantly. But one challenge of that is when you have multiple mechanisms working at the same time, the statute actually prohibits like the WISC and the CAM from occurring during the WISP. But an item like the pilot, there's a reconciliation that then complicates the earnings test.
Okay. And then when Mr. Drews was asking questions, Mr. Hinton, he asked if you were aware of any jurisdictions that reduced ROE in instances where the company had an approved WISP mechanism or something similar. Do you recall those?
Yes.
And if my notes are right, you said that you had looked at New York and you were aware that New York did not.
Correct.
Does New York have the same regulatory construct for WISPs that we do?
My investigation didn't go that deep, so I can answer that truthfully. I do know New York has a host of regulatory mechanisms. In many ways, they're like California. They do have a lot of mechanisms, and that's one of the reasons the ROEs that often come out of New York and California seem to be a little bit lower than the average.
So I would just add, as part of the rulemaking, Ms. Yost and I did a lot of research into what other mechanisms are out there. And, North Carolina is not the same as another state. They all have factors, and they can have a significant impact in terms of those differences.
Did you happen to do any kind of, in that research, anything specific? I'm picking on New York because that's what Mr. Hinton cited. Mr. Juice, do you know anything about New York and why that might not be an apples to apples comparison for North Carolina?
So in that research, it was my understanding that their ROEs were considerably lower than North Carolina has been in comparison. So I don't know how that factors into would they have made an adjustment, but it was peculiar to me just looking at the numbers that they have historically been lower in terms of the ROEs awarded to water and sewer utilities, and actually represented that their risk profile is less than electric utility.
And I could add to that, if you look back to my testimony in the previous case, previous Aqua case, you'll see I advocated a 10 basis point reduction for the CAM, as I've done in this case. In that previous case, I cited a California order where they reduced the ROE by 20 basis points for a similar mechanism, like a margin decoupler. And I felt that was, it just gave me confidence that I was on the right path. But being a little bit conservative, I said 10 basis points was a reasonable estimate.
Okay. I don't have,
I have redirect of Mr. Hinton. Mr. Hinton, you have with you the redirect exhibit we prepared.
Yes.
Okay, on the first page of that exhibit, it has to deal with the comparative earnings analysis done by,
Mr. Grantmeyer, do we have it? Can you tell me?
I think it's in your books at the back, I'm told.
And I have an objection I'd like to make. Not sure where I put the exhibit, but I do remember my objection.
If y'all don't have it, it should be in the back of your books, I think the last page. Yeah, that's it. We're not going to go through the whole exhibit. I'm only looking for one number.
And I still have
All
an
right,
objection.
is there an objection? I didn't, you have to start over for me. What was your
Yes,
objection?
ma'am. The grounds for the objection are, this is effectively sur rebuttal. The public staff did not do a comparable earnings model in its testimony. They were called out for that in the rebuttal, and now they are introducing as new evidence a model they had not used previously. And if they're, the first thing is they shouldn't be allowed to do sur rebuttal, and the second thing is if they are, then we would ask that the company's rebuttal witness be allowed to speak to that, even though it's not in his pre-filed.
The answer is, I'm just going to ask the one question about Golden State's water approved ROE in its last rate case, and that is on the map here in green that California has a projected test year.
So you don't plan to introduce this item?
No, I'm just trying to get the number of the approved ROE from March 22, 2018 for Golden State Water that had a 3-year rate plan.
And I am comfortable with that if this is not introduced as an exhibit in evidence, because there's a lot of problems with the comparable earnings data showed there, and we would want to go into that if it is coming into evidence.
All
But
right.
if he's going to ask just for about one company, one situation, and not introduce the exhibit, I am fine with that.
Okay, and I'll overrule the objection because he had not indicated that he was going to introduce it. I was just looking for it. He just asked Mr. Hinton if Mr. Hinton had it, so that's for their illustrative purposes.
What is the approved ROE for Golden State Water on March 22, 2018?
8.9%.
And they have a 3-year rate plan?
That is my understanding. Yes, all the California utilities have fallen to that 3-year plan.
In response to his objection, the numbers at the top there are all Mr. DeCensis numbers. We didn't make up any of those numbers. We just made up the writing below the chart.
My objection is not based on the validity of the numbers.
All right, but it wasn't brought in, so we're good. All right, are you done, Mr. Grantmeyer?
Yes.
Is public staff done with its redirect? All right. Commission has quite a few questions for this panel. So I don't know if we will get through with this panel today, but we would like to.
We would too.
I'm sure. All right. Let me start and initially, let me say, I have some questions to ask, followed by Chair Mitchell, followed by Commissioner Kimmerite, and then I'll open it up generally to the commissioners. So, Mr. Jonas, the company's update filing shows significant increases in the chemicals expense between the updated test year and the base case scenario. Can you explain from your review what drove this large increase?
Yes, so Ms. Bada did that analysis, but as her supervisor, obviously I had input into that. There was large price increases on their chemicals. That was the primary driver to that increase. And it was basically across the board. Many of their chemicals, the cost increased significantly.
And that was just market price increase?
Yep.
All right. And in the public staff WISP panel exhibit 7?
Yes, ma'am, the metrics.
The public staff includes a proposed metric for employee safety using the OSHA incident rate. And Aqua recommends that the incident rate be calculated as the number of injuries and illnesses times 200,000 divided by employee hours worked. Does the public staff agree with that modification?
So no, we prefer our metric because this is something that we were looking at both Carolina Water and, sorry, not close enough to the mic. When will we learn? So that is trying to create, I think Mr. Becker spoke to this, of industry benchmarks. We are in some aspects trying to compare the utilities comparably, but there are obviously also priorities that we want to implement for each company too. So that's where you'd have variations.
All right, why does the public staff's calculation divide the number of injuries and illnesses times 200,000 by 4?
If I recall correctly, that again, that was consistent with Carolina Water and our proposal there, but I am happy to double check that and get you a late filed exhibit explaining any variance.
Was there another reason, or even with regard to Carolina Water, was there a reason that it was 4?
I do not recall on that exactly, so I am happy again to offer up a late filed exhibit to explain what is behind each of those numbers.
Now, can you explain how the public staff utilizes the reports and the benefits of the reports, that being the semi-annual secondary water quality report, and the bi-monthly North Carolina DEQ communications to the public staff that the company objects to?
Yes, ma'am. So the semi-annual report, obviously, we are a party and a contributor to that. So the company identifies which systems meet the criteria, and then they have traditionally made an interpretation of whether it's appropriate to report on those systems, whether it's tied to a secondary water quality issue, that they are then going to potentially request funds to resolve that. So we review the complaint data, and then we give input of which systems we think should be reported on. And then in terms of their summary of the information about each system and then their recommended action, we provide commentary. And so I think this is one that values customer input, that if you're reaching that threshold of customer complaints and there's an underlying issue there, and we're actually asking to expand it a little bit under its current version, that is giving input to action between rate cases. And so we're looking at how they are prioritizing and impacting customers with beneficial projects. And it also has led to the revelation of some sort of systematic issues of for example, Cabarrus Acres, where you have, they are small water systems that are paralleled by other water systems, predominantly government-owned. And we are trying to identify, is there a clean path to get those customers better water service in terms of quality, potentially even at a lower cost.
So, you use the phrase there between rate cases, and wasn't it the case that prior to implementation of this report, both the commission and the public staff were blind to some of these complaints prior to what would be the next rate case, which was typically 12 months or more
Correct.
later? So that this help, in your opinion, alleviate that and should be helpful to both the company and the public staff?
Yes, I mean, it is creating accountability for customer feedback. So pull it closer. So I think there's immense value to that, just in terms of awareness for the commission and the public staff, but then the actions that stem from that.
All right, and then with regard to the communications with DEQ,
Yes, so again.
and let me ask, at this point, at this stage, is that all communications with the DEQ, or has that been limited?
So it's my understanding it's written communication. So typically it's limited to emails. That gives us situational awareness of ongoing issues. A lot of times those communications tie to a customer has reached out to DEQ with a concern. DEQ is then reaching out to the company, and we would have not been aware of that communication otherwise. And so it's just timely exchange of information. We are seeing that needs to be improved, and is an emphasis of our small water and sewer system task force. But this is an easy report. You're searching for written communications, emails, and passing them to the public staff. So we see value again in the exchange of information.
You anticipated a little bit of what I wanted to ask. Has the public staff given any thought to, as my recollection, the public staff did not really propose any specific form for these reports, that this began with commission order. Has the public staff since that time, since this type of reporting was initially implemented, given any thought to any need for or any other way to modify these reports to eliminate any perceived excess burden, to make this process more efficient, to make these reports more usable? And have there been discussions along those lines with the company?
So, I mean, clearly we're aware of the rebuttal and the discovery that was done of the public staff. And the company's focus was, are we following up with customers? That's not the only purpose of these reports. A lot of times, what is that follow-up? We only have so much input in terms of what the company ultimately does. So we're not going to reach out to a customer and say, well, we really think you should get a filter, but the company hasn't, or vice versa. We're not going to say, we really don't think you should get a filter because of these circumstances. That is not creating trust. And that's not the purpose of these reports. It's more, where are there issues that we weren't previously aware of? And maybe there's not a project identified, for example, in the WISC. And so how can we work together? We are satisfied with the form and function, with the exception of the semi-annual report, because if a WISP is approved, obviously the WISC and SIC is not going to be utilized for some period of time, and the company has proposed to basically end that reporting for a period of time. And we think there is value to expanding that to not be contingent on the company's determination of, are they or aren't they going to use the WISC to fix the problem? I think that is the commission and the public staff should be aware the customers are experiencing a water quality issue, and then we can provide input, our commentary, and ultimately submitting that to the commission.
And my question to you was not intended to imply in any way that the information wasn't useful, but to get at whether we could consider any kind of redo of the way the reports are being handled. But I follow your answer. I just raised that for what it's worth. Can you elaborate on the public staff's proposed expense efficiency metric? Thank you. Well, hold off. I want to hold that. I'm going to hold that for Commissioner Cameron to finish with that one. So I do want to ask you some questions about the testimony on page 20. Beginning on line 9, that's where you discuss 2 pending matters before the commission in subs 570 and 571. That's related to the proposed corporate restructuring of essential utilities and an affiliate interest agreement with Aqua Services, Inc.
Yes.
You state on page 20 that to date, a procedural order has not been issued in either docket. What type of procedural order does the public staff believe was necessary for these dockets?
So I think that would contemplate when, if the commission had deadlines for public staff comments, reply comments, any discovery that's necessary. Typically, sort of the framework is laid out. It would be my understanding, but accounting might have an addition there, or Mr. Hinton.
No, I agree.
Well, in prior similar type dockets, hadn't the public staff brought that request for the procedural order to the commission at staff conference?
So,
And I can give several examples of that if you need me to.
And I don't think this was intended as a critique of the commission. There's additional context there. For example, we filed the regulatory conditions, which we had sent to the company. And this is another example of we didn't hear back. And so the process sort of stalled.
All right, so it's not so much that you were waiting for the commission to do something, but you were waiting for the company to do something?
In certain aspects, in terms of the regulatory conditions, we were trying to advance that process. We didn't get feedback because we thought that this was something that maybe could be agreed upon, or if we got feedback that they were adamantly opposed, perhaps we would file them.
So I think you just said, and just verify for me, that in these 2 dockets, you have not been contacted by Aqua about the status of an update?
So to clarify, we had sent draft regulatory conditions to the company and had not received feedback. And so that's why, one of the reasons we prompted this, because it has implications on cost of service, restructuring, affiliate agreements, and we want to protect customers. And so that's why we brought it up here, because we're in the most rate impact filing that they'll have in the near future.
So do you stand by your testimony that these dockets haven't moved because the commission didn't issue a procedural order? Is that the reason?
That is not the that is not the reason, and again, not a critique. It is a factor. You know, if the commission had issued an order and said you have to file comments by a certain date, obviously there would have been movement because we do what the commission wants. And so when the parties were trying to handle it without that guidance, things stalled.
All right, I appreciate that answer. And then Are you aware of any other state approvals outside of approvals that are needed from this commission that may still be pending for Aqua at other state levels or agencies related to the corporate restructure?
I am not aware of that. And it's because I don't know. Like, it's not that there are none or there are some. I don't know. I don't
Okay,
I
and
don't think the panel knows either.
I'm asking because the Becker, Packer, Kellett, and Melton rebuttal mentions that not all approvals have yet been received.
I will accept that subject to check.
Has the public staff started its investigation of either of these pending dockets?
Yes.
And could you say a little bit about the status and timing of bringing the matters to the commission?
I do not think I have a good grasp on that. Perhaps that is appropriate for a late filed exhibit where we could provide some status report.
And have you reviewed the new affiliate agreement in subset 570? And if so, do you have any preliminary concerns?
Yes, we have. I will defer to our other experts here on any concerns.
We have briefly reviewed it. I am working with my staff as some of my staff are new to affiliate agreements, and we plan to follow up accordingly.
All right, any preliminary concerns that you can state today, or?
Not off the top of my head. We've dealt with quite a few affiliate transactions in the last few months.
All right, now, Aqua states on page 59 of the, I'm just going to call it the Becker rebuttal panel, that the 571 filing is not relevant to the company's request for rate relief and a WISP. And they also state the proposed restructuring involves no substantial changes in the ultimate control of Aqua, and there will be no changes in the management or operations of Aqua. Do you have any comment at this time that you can make about those statements?
So I think the public staff does have some concerns there because there is a shuffling of people in different roles. And so I think I would characterize that as potential change in management. And so that is one of the concerns that we have identified, that with this changing in roles and who's in under which organization, will that have an impact?
I mean, naturally, we're concerned about the board of directors for this company. It's changed because it's merged with Peoples Natural Gas. So we don't know what could ultimately happen. My concern has generally been from economic research about a possible downgrade. So we have concerns.
All right, thank you. And then if you would, could you describe what would be the impact in this rate case to rate base and operating expenses as a result of these two pending matters if they were approved by the commission? Do you think there would be impact to the cost overstated or understated, that kind of thing?
So it is my understanding that there would not be an immediate impact, but the concern is with a WISP, if there are changes, obviously, for example, if there are efficiencies, as would be the hope and expectation, that would reduce their cost of service and help them earn better. And we would obviously want to pass that savings to customers. We want to we want customers to benefit from that.
So two sub-questions. Would the allocation factors based on customer count in Aqua's proposed multi-year rate plan be impacted by the proposed corporate restructure?
Will you repeat those two factors for me, please?
The question is, would the allocation factors based on the customer count that are in the proposed rate case be impacted by the proposed corporate restructure?
My understanding would be not, no. However, obviously the public staff has expressed a concern about the allocation factors just in terms of the frequency and how those are calculated. And that all also ties to how the SAP project is allocated down to North Carolina ratepayers.
Do you expect the allocation from Essential to increase or decrease as a result of the corporate restructuring?
So again, I do not think that there would be an allocation change due to the restructure.
All right. Chair Mitchell.
All right, are we gonna go till 5:30? Okay. I have a few questions for y'all, they're coming from, commission staff, and then I have some of my own questions. So I'm gonna work through their questions first. Let's stick with corporate allocation factors. So, public staff testifies that Aqua provided the updated corporate allocation factors just a few days before your testimony filing deadline in this docket. So you were not able to use those in your work product. You were not able to use the updated allocation factors. Is that correct?
Right, so we had concerns, and also the company claims that they only update those annually. And so then this was like a interim representation of those allocation factors, which they make adjustments to the customer accounts. So even they said, basically, you sort of can't use these.
Okay, so let me stop you there. So then does that mean you used the December 21 corporate allocation factors?
Yes,
Okay, because the December 22 were not prepared at the time that they were provided to you.
correct.
Okay. So you've already touched on this some, but just so that we're clear and it's on the record, given that the public staff used the December 21 corporate allocation factors, what problems are there? Or what impact or influence could that have on on your recommendations in this case?
So some of our concerns regarding the allocation factors stems from, we were reviewing quarterly reports from Essential Utilities that typically highlight their acquisitions. And we were seeing evidence of significant acquisitions in other states, and even then also pending acquisitions in other states. And so we were expecting a decrease in the allocation factor for North Carolina, and those interim values actually represented the opposite. And so that was a big red flag for us. But then also our concern with the WISP is going forward, if these big acquisitions come to fruition, not dissimilar from say the Southwest merger of equals with Carolina Water, that could significantly change corporate allocations and costs associated.
So just to follow this through to its logical conclusion, if the allocation is off, North Carolina could be getting more or perhaps less of its share of costs that are allocated among operating divisions or operating companies.
Yes.
Okay. And you touched on the next question, which was problems that could arise using the 2021 factors in the context of this multi-year rate plan. Just again, for purposes of the record, what problems might arise as a result of using these stale allocation factors in the multi-year rate plan?
So if it's too high as we expected or anticipated, then too much costs are being allocated to North Carolina ratepayers, and then rates are being set too high. Also, there is no projection or attempt to project those allocation factors going forward. And so that speaks to our concerns to some degree with what are those allocation factors going to be in the future, and how do you account for? I mean, Aqua Pennsylvania has made a number of large acquisitions through their fair value mechanism, and actually has an additional large pending one, which we referenced in our testimony. So if that happens, then the allocation factor should go down for North Carolina, and those allocated costs for North Carolina ratepayers should go down.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's talk for a minute about SAP. Based on your investigation, what's the total cost spent so far by the company on SAP?
I would very much like to offer that as a late filed exhibit because we want to go fast and I think it's somewhere here. But the projection is well over $100 million and then allocate at not quite 10%. And so then North Carolina ratepayers would get $10 million out of it. But that is not a representation of the costs to date. And I think we have that information or we can get it.
Okay, well, let's do this. I'll ask the company these same questions and they can hopefully address it on rebuttal. If not, then I'll ask the public staff and the company to work together to get us the information in a late filed exhibit. My next question is, as part of its audit, did the public staff do any investigation into the bids that Essential received for the SAP platform?
So you're getting into board of directors, and it's my understanding that that is not confidential. But there's a lot of confusion there because the company told us that the board of directors decided to move forward with the SAP transition in December of 2019. However, those board of director minutes are unclear of whether that actually was the time that they actually approved implementation. And then that sort of prevented us to get full information on those different bids. There is some information in exhibits. Make sure I reference these correctly. 3 and 4 of our testimony is some of those decision-making business case presentations.
Okay, so exhibits 3 and 4 to the panel's pre-filed testimony.
Yeah, that were previously marked confidential but are no longer.
Okay, so that includes the information that you all had access to on this issue.
Correct. It
Okay.
includes some of it in terms of evaluation of some of the options.
Okay. Setting aside for a moment the troubles with the implementation of the SAP and the issues that Aqua has had to work through, does the public staff believe that SAP implementation was the right route for Aqua to take at this point in time? From an operational and a financial perspective?
We have serious concerns with the prudence and reasonableness of that decision and how that cost is being passed to North Carolina ratepayers. So the business case shows, and I want to make sure we to that. So page 8 of exhibit 4. See if I got that right. Hey, look at there, I did. All right, so I'm on page 8 of 11 of Public Staff Exhibit 4. This shows a comparison of the capital plans, SIP plans for, or capital plans for Aqua and Peoples without an SIP. Then it shows the total if you did incorporate an SIP. Now, this shows an incremental investment of $42.3 million in SIP above what they had previously planned to do standalone. So People's already had SAP in place. Aqua was looking at the continuation of the use of their current systems.
So, Mr. Junis, I want to interrupt you just again, so we're clear on the record. So this document, this page that we're looking at references SIP spend. So does that spend account for the 2 phases of SAP, or what? How does the
Yes.
SAP and the SIP relate? Just
So
clear that up for the record.
The SAP is part of the SIP. So the SIP is more expansive in terms of their approach to their IT systems. And there's additional detail on the subsequent pages of the projects that were planned but replaced by the SIP for Aqua. And then the subsequent page, the people's projects that were planned but were replaced by the SIP. Based on our investigation, these projects that were supposedly replaced or absorbed didn't all come to fruition. So the savings didn't all come to fruition. And so customers are sort of paying for both in some instances in terms of the cost. So that's one of our concerns. But to go back to page 8, that's where it shows for Peoples, this is a savings of $16 million from their previous plan. And it would be a $58 million increase for Aqua. And so then those costs are allocated to the companies and there's no sharing of the savings. They don't share the costs. But this decision, if you look at the date, so December of 19, when the company is represented that the board of directors made this decision, the acquisition hadn't been approved. So they were making a joint decision for an entity that had not been joined together, which is sort of strange to me. And especially in light of that Aqua was going to end up having to pay more for this solution going forward and Peoples was going to save money. Did that answer the question?
I think so. And I hear your response. So we'll ask the same questions of the company when they get up to when the company's up on rebuttal. All right. So has there, in the discovery or in the exchange of information that's gone on between the company and the public staff in this case, has there been, let me ask it this way. Has there been a quantification of the benefits that SAP might provide to Aqua North Carolina customers?
No, the company's actually represented in discovery responses, no direct savings to Aqua customers.
So no direct savings, but no benefits, no efficiencies, no sort of down the road
No
efficiencies or
quantification.
capabilities?
No quantification, even though we asked.
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't know, you're asking for a lot of context. We have data requests 70, 71, follow-ups that were 99. There's probably another one that I think would provide some of this context for the commission. So I would offer that as a late filed exhibit. So then you have more information to make your decision.
Okay. Well, let's, before I request that, we'll hear from the company. And then, like I said, we'll work through that later. All right. On page 23 of the panel's testimony, testimony is the company is currently operating dual systems that require creation of multiple project numbers and therefore results in delay in completion of the end of month closing process. Do you anticipate that this is going to, that the end of month closing process and the time it takes to achieve is going to improve with time?
So there has been some improvement with time as shown in the table. We're not sure how much improvement from where we're at this point.
Okay. I mean, is it the plan for the company? And again, I'll ask the company about this as well, but is it your understanding that the company intends to operate these dual systems going forward, or will that come to an end at some point?
So that's where Mr. Becker, I believe, testified on Monday that Lawson system would function as an archive for historic information. And he made a comment that was peculiar to me. He said it's not supported. In discovery, that is not the case that we understood in terms of right now, Lawson was still supported. It was going to be supported through the spring of 2026. And that speaks to some of our concerns in terms of the timing of the decision.
Okay, so the public staff's understanding is Lawson was going to be supported until 2026. And does that understanding include that there is an actual vendor or company that's capable of providing and willing to provide support through 2026?
So it's a footnote in our testimony where we reference the DR response. Just give me 1 minute. I appreciate the patience here. Yeah, so page 50,
Go ahead.
all sorted. I didn't want to be
Go ahead.
talking and then
Go ahead.
on page 54, footnote 29, in response to data request 70, and that's the one I referred to. That's one of our bigger, more expansive ones on SIP, SAP. The company identifies that all future product development would be on their cloud product after spring of 2026, but that it's our understanding that it would be supported up to that point.
Okay, and so it looks like to me Aqua uses version 10 and that, so support would be, your understanding is that support would be available for version 10 through 2026? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's all for me.
Yes, go ahead. Commissioner Duffy.
So I heard you say through 2026, or is it through 2025?
So it's up to the spring of 2026 is my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
All right, before I call on Commissioner Kimmerite, Mr. Drews, I'd like to ask you about, Mr. Junis just gave some answers to Chair Mitchell's questions that were taken from Exhibit 4 from the supplemental joint testimony of this panel. And that Exhibit 4 was marked as confidential. So we didn't hear any objections and didn't catch it ahead, but do we need to have concerns going forward? Because we may have other questions about it.
Yeah, I actually consulted with in-house counsel and generally reports made to the board, especially with cost comparisons of different options. Aqua believes should be confidential. And, from what we heard, we were okay with what was said here to the extent it was said. But if there's going to be more detailed questions about that, I'm going to wait for the signal from Ms. Joyce as to whether that should be confidential.
All right, well, should it come up again, we're going to rely on you, as I said at the outset, to let us know.
We anticipate, and I thank you for the heads up.
Commissioner Kleinfelder has a follow-up to that question.
Mr. Drews, to follow up on that, also in the direct testimony of the panel, beginning on pages 15 and going through pages 20, a lot of that testimony is marked confidential, and it relates to the same subject matter as Mr. Junis was testifying about. He testified openly about a lot of that information without objection. Are we free to ask questions about that, or do we need to have confidential session about that information in the?
So you're
direct
talking
testimony?
about the company's visit panel? 15 to
No,
20.
I'm talking about this panel. This panel marked a lot of the information as confidential in its direct testimony beginning on page 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. And so I guess just to help guide the commission, has confidentiality been waived as to those? Or if we want to ask further questions about that information, what do we need to do with respect to the confidentiality designations?
So, and I don't recall exactly which of these numbers were discussed openly. And I guess it doesn't matter going
Specifically,
forward.
the information on page 17, beginning at roughly line 6 and going to the bottom of the page. That's
Right.
all discussed in open session.
Thanks. Yeah, I think going forward, we would want to treat this as confidential for some of these numbers. Cat's out of the bag, but, let's not disclose anymore.
So Commissioner Clodfelter, I think council has a clarification because it was my understanding that we had received an email from the company that represented that exhibits 3 and 4 were no longer confidential, and that's where the information in the testimony stems from. So I want to be clear, I did not.
I don't really care who shot John. I just want I want proper guidance for the commission so we know what to do with respect to our handling of what is and what is not confidential.
Yeah,
That's all.
I stand corrected, and I appreciate that from the public staff. We did say that if it's information from exhibits 3 and 4, we were going to waive confidentiality. I just, frankly, I hadn't tracked which of these things in the testimony went back to those exhibits yet, so I was a bit slow on that, and I apologize.
All right, Commissioner Kenwright. And no need to rush. We have tomorrow.
I'd like to think we'd be through with my questions, but Mr. Junis, these are more questions for you related to the performance-based metrics and your proposed incentives and penalties. And I'm going to ask you first the same question that the commission asked to Mr. Decker, Mr. Becker. But before I ask the question, the performance-based metrics are a required part of the statute, and they also are critical because they're necessary to show benefit to customers. But I think that the question that the commission asked to Mr. Becker, considering the importance of these metrics and really the first time that the commission, we have the CWS application before us, now Aqua. And so this is brand new rulemaking mechanism that we're dealing with. And Mr. Becker testified that he had not reached out to the public staff to try to work out what these metrics would be. So the same question to you for the public staff, what efforts did the public staff do, if anything? And if you didn't try to work this out, why not?
Right. So, there was just an extreme press for time in terms of trying to prioritize just to pull together and finalize our investigation, especially in light of some of the issues with getting information. And so it was not our priority, and nor did we have the time to try to communicate with the company and adjust. I think they had an advantage because they had our position in Carolina Water, and we fairly replicated that in this case. So there was sort of a preview for them if they wanted to try to reach out and negotiate. But it just, like I said, press of time, that was not our top priority.
And I think one of the disagreements between the public staff and the company relates to whether the metrics need to have or are required to have incentives and penalties. And I think we heard from Mr. Becker and then also from Aqua's testimony that they believe that incentives and penalties are not required and also are not necessary. And the commission rule R117A states that, and this was testified by Mr. Becker with his direct testimony, that the commission may approve penalties or incentives based upon the results of the approved metrics, but the rule doesn't use the word shall or must. What is the public staff's position about whether incentives and penalties in this WISIP proceeding would be necessary or required to show customer benefit in this docket?
Yes. So I think you're hitting on a philosophical difference between the parties, and that was also part of the reason why we didn't try to broach communications on the metrics. But after my experience in the Carolina Water rate case, we did a little more digging, and I think the commission has clearly communicated in its order adopting the rule R117A that the expectation is that there would be incentives and or penalties tied to this to sort of implement it. That is our a required part of implementation of a WISP, and we agree. We're trying to implement that with our approach. We also tried to take a measured approach with the penalties and incentives. We are only addressing the top end of the band. There's no, if you don't do this, then you have to refund $1 million to customers. We're talking about basis point incentives to at least quantify some motivation, some skin in the game of you are going to do better or at least as good as you are, depending on the metric.
Okay. And then I think that the company's position, in addition to saying that the rule doesn't use the word shall or must, they object to the incentives or penalties because they say that they don't have the historical data yet. So what is the public staff's position about whether historical data is in fact necessary to come up with or the commission to impose penalties or incentives?
So obviously historic data is somewhat informative, and there are portions of this that there's a want for historical data, but that's not a requirement to establish a metric. The commission, I'm sure, has policy initiatives that it wants to promote or incentivize that could be used with a metric. That's what we're trying to do. We want better, safer, more reliable service for customers, and just better outcomes for customers, and that's how we tried to cater our metrics.
Okay. And then I think the remainder of my questions are going to be about the specific metrics under Exhibit 7 that you have.
Yes.
And another one of the objections from the company is that the metrics and the associated incentives and penalties are heavily weighted toward penalties and non-incentives. And when I looked at it, it looks like there's only 2 incentives among the metrics. And so why is it appropriate to have so many penalties as compared to incentives?
So, and we do quantify it that the maximum in a given year, I believe, is 54 basis points reduction, and then the maximum increase, I think, is 14 basis points. Yes, it's weighted a little bit to the penalty side, because in our view, with the metrics we've identified, a couple of these, the requirement is that you are compliant with the environmental regulations. Those are commission rules. So that's a baseline. That's a minimum requirement. So why should you not pay or incur a penalty for not complying? And then obviously we care a lot about, are they adhering to the plan that we put so much effort and the commission's going to put so much effort into potentially approving? Again, those are priorities and benefits to customers that we think are important. And if they can just modify and not adhere to that or incur higher costs, that's of concern for us. So that's where you have the timely completion, because you're getting prospective cost recovery. If you represent that is going to be a benefit to customers at that point or that rate year, because that's the adherence is just within the rate year. If that benefit doesn't incur, but you got cost recovery, the customers are essentially penalized. They're not getting that benefit, but the company was still getting cost recovery. And then in terms of the completion of the projects on budget, that's sort of a cost control measure that, we have concerns about things going way over budget. Prime example being the Wakefield project. And even when there was a significant price or cost overrun, they accept no accountability in terms of that customers shouldn't pay for that. So you get into expense efficiency. That is that idea of innovation or reduction of costs. Can we maintain what is authorized by the commission in the rate case going forward, or could you get it lower?
Yeah, and I'll go through some of these in a little bit more detail, but that's helpful. But before I go through the specific metrics, on page 3, the last, looks like 4, don't have any incentives or penalties. And what is the reason for excluding incentives and penalties from those 4?
So those were ones that we viewed or accepted as appropriate for tracking. Oh, I thought you had something to add there. Sorry. When we're talking about water service disruptions, water loss, employee turnover, employee training, and routine flushing, that's where we sort of wanted to establish a benchmark. We are totally on board with more metrics, the better, because with it being the first time, that would then give us the ability to better implement and identify ones that accomplish the intent in future WIS.
So then I'll go ahead and do you want me to get started?
I think, and knowing what's coming next, I think this is a good breaking point, and we will return in the morning, start at 9:30. And we'll be in recess.